Hello, everyone. It's a late start tonight. I tried to telegraph that as well as I could on Twitter. Today was really mixed. In one sense, I got a surprising amount done, and I felt really good about it. One challenge I had was I really had trouble sleeping. In fact, I may not have even gotten any sleep. It was one of those nights. I'm sure you all have your own experience of that. And it was actually really encouraging the way the day started because my alarm went off and whatnot, and I was determined to make the most of it. Um, and it was a pretty good, coming out the gate, strong. Got quite a bit done. There's a number of sort of personal projects that I wanted to do. And I think the big shame about this is that there's a bunch of work stuff and a bunch of technical stuff that I wanted to accomplish. Sorry, by the way, this is becoming a vlog just because I'm waiting for the game to load. Um, but once it came time to do the personal stuff, I really started feeling the effects of the lack of sleep. So I just I said no point in pretending otherwise, um, particularly because I knew I had to stream tonight. So I set an alarm to make sure I'd be up in time for streaming. I did sleep through. I probably overslept by about an hour, hour and a half. So I suspect I've messed my sleeping schedule by quite a bit. Not that it was in good shape before. A lot of you will have noticed, 9-hour streams, me streaming till ungodly hours on the weekends and that. Um, I think the game might be a little, it might work. But anyways, I'm a little disappointed that the personal stuff went aside, though. There was definitely some writing on there, a little bit of art. I've been really wanting to try and get my visual. It's one thing for me to say I want to become better at visual art, but if I don't put any effort toward it, that's never going to happen. So, all of that is kind of an excuse for, not an excuse, but all of that is an explanation in terms of why we're changing it up, because normally Monday is for Stellaris. What I've tended to find on some Stellaris games are that because I play Iron Man mode, if I'm not feeling 100%, like if I have a degree of uncertainty about streaming, the decisions I make during a playthrough are locked in. And that means if I make unwise decisions, I potentially wreck a playthrough. And I feel particularly bad about those because I know it's, in a lot of cases, they're not necessarily things I would have done under normal circumstances. That essentially I was streaming a game because I want to maintain a somewhat regular schedule. I mean, obviously I went an hour later, but that was because the option was no stream or an hour later. And I'm actually feeling quite a bit better. I am admittedly having coffee, which is a really stupid thing to do late in the day. But there's a few things that came to mind. One, I really like Age of Wonders Planetfall. It's creeping up into the three digits of hours played, which is really good. Especially keeping in mind I don't like playing this game not on stream a lot. I like making sure that a lot of the content is recorded or otherwise streamed. I think I'm going to take the volume down just a hair. Sorry about that. Well, it's loud for me. That doesn't mean that it's loud for the stream. That probably didn't really change anything for anyone. So yeah, one part of it's just preserving the Stellaris playthrough. Number two, Industries of Titan has sort of displaced Age of Wonders Planetfall, which I think is a shame because there's a new DLC coming out for this game, Age of Wonders Planetfall Invasion. Is it Invasion or Invasions? Anyways, it's next part of the season pass. And then I did I did say that I wanted to do a little bit more Industries of Titan last week. I know I wouldn't be doing it today. And so the possibility of Planetfall getting bumped again didn't really set right with me. So we'll be picking up from the Amazon playthrough that we were doing before. We're fairly early on. Oh, hang on. No. What happened? Oh, no, no, no. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm an idiot. This was a private game. I spent all this time talking about how I try to keep most of it. I said most of it, not the whole thing. That was a private one. Wow, it's been April 1st. Yeah, it's been too long. All right. Looks like we had a big fight ready. I'm sure I did it so that everybody could have a really exciting time coming in. I'm just going to take a minute here to review the position before I go too crazy. So we're definitely hurting on energy. I sort of knew that coming in. And I believe my reaction to that was essentially to ignore it, that we're in a growth stage, and that so long as I'm able to cover my costs, I will accept some of those losses. Now, unfortunately, the original plan was I'd be incorporating this territory, and we've got the geothermal instability. This is just extremely unpleasant. I need to make sure I have a surplus of 8 morale to work with it. On top of that, I know that I'm going to be sacrificing 20% of my industry for, unlocking that in the name of merely getting energy. Now, is it worth it? Yeah, like +5 energy in energy exploitation, +10 energy for being linked. The Paragon Barracks, 10 energy, 10 production. Admittedly, with the 20% reduction, that's 8 industry. And when we get rid of the hazard, we're going to be in a situation where we also get additional shields, which is something that my units kind of have quite a bit anyway. How you doing, Uncle Cranky? I'm going to take a quick minute. I'm sorry to tab out of the game here. I'm going to share something with you. You might call it the Dance Dance Revolution of first-person shooters. I'd shout you out, except I think you might be the only confirmed body here right now. So, as always, I'll delay it. I know you are incredibly relaxed about that, but I think people who do good work deserve a boost, because I know I've only grown out of community. So yeah, I need to deal with my energy problems. The main base, I think we're still short. Yeah, I still need one more sector. I suspect I was probably going to take the abandoned quarry. Ooh, maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would go up here to the Green Gate Pass. Well, both of them are abandoned quarries. This is a slightly more attractive option right now because of the science. And with that in mind, so yeah, let's rough out some ideas in terms of what the expansion would be. So basically, any given colony is going to have up to 4 expansions. So 1, 2, 3, and then I basically have to pick another sector. At the moment, there's absolutely no difference between these two for Aldrasil, and I've not investigated any of the water tiles. In fact, I'm going to have to build water units to be able to exploit that. Now, it seems to me that if I'm going to expand in Ovenwell, in addition to the fact that I get a little science, I mean, one thing that's not very attractive is that I sort of have this unclaimed part of my territory, but there's like no rule saying you have to own all the territory, right? I suppose the one thing I might be worried about is if an opponent sets up a base there to threaten me, but what do you do with opponents that set bases close to your capital? You stomp them, because you should be able to have absolutely massive production that gets you through that. I'm throwing your credit card at the screen, but you do not have this game. Send help. Also, Don't come here to be shouted out. You come here to be chill with Chalky. Well, it's very kind of you, especially because I know these types of games are not necessarily your cup of tea. Or maybe they're your cup of tea, but you have this, I think, sometimes... I think you may sometimes overstate it because you seem like an entirely clever person to me. But you do definitely have this idea that these games aren't for you, that you're not good enough for them, or whatever the view would be. But I had a great time watching you play XCOM. Terminal case of the dumb, as you put it. Anyways, so this placement's actually a little tricky for me to deal with. You have to be beside a sector to be able to claim it. This, by the way, so for those of you who are fans of games like Civilization... Oh, that's right. I need to do a Civilization game. And I need to find who was asking about it again, because I was going to write it out and then... Okay, I'm sorry to do this. If you asked me about Civilization while I was playing Age of Wonders Planetfall, I feel like I've gotten your name written down in one of my notebooks nearby, but I've got about 4 or 5 of them, and they all have multiple pages. So if you think that's you, could you identify yourself to me? Either you can send me a tweet, you can send me a message on Twitter or whatever. I want to make sure that I send you a message when I do this. But anyways, Uncle Greg says, funny you should mention XCOM. You'll be enlisting in Chimera Squad on Friday. Oh man, is it out on Friday? I guess it is. That's very cool. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Chimera Squad. But anyways, so one of the things that this game does that makes it distinct from Civilization, I actually think this is a really positive point. Civilization, you will spend some time sort of thinking about, well, where exactly, what hex am I going to put my, my city on? Because if I put it in, position A versus position B, I might be able to get, 2 more science units or something like that. And that kind of grows out to be these very, very substantial changes. There seems to be a huge debate raging within, since time immemorial within the Civilization community as to whether or not you always colonize the first tile that you're on, or whether you give up the one turn to be able to colonize somewhere better. I've traditionally always whenever I have moved my settler, it has never turned out for me. So I'm of the I colonize where I start crew, but I am told this is heresy. But Age of Wonders Planetfall has more or less gotten rid of that. It's a little bit more... It's kind of like a blend between Civilization and Endless Legend. So effectively, what you're worried about in terms of your production are these different sectors. And then as your settlement grows, as your city grows... What do they call it? Okay, HQ. Nice. Colony. As your colony grows, basically every 4 pops, you're going to be able to add another one of these sectors as long as it's sort of touching one of your existing areas, and you have the technology for it. So we can't colonize these mountains. We very likely won't be able to colonize these water tiles because we don't have the water. But what I couldn't do would be say Ovenwell takes this sector because I want the science, for instance. And again, there's a special building here, so I would want, if you look at the output, well, I guess it gives me a little more production than energy, but obviously I'm behind on energy. So so why am I spending the time talking about this? Well, if you take a look at what future expansion might be, so I get 1 more sector for my capital, which is going to be this area here. I like the idea of getting a little extra science, because you'll notice I'm quite weak on that in terms of my existing quantities, and more importantly, there aren't a lot of opportunities. Now, Eldrasil originally was founded, one, it's close to my home base, so that's nice. But there's a bunch of desirable features here, and then one really negative one, the geothermal instability, which I'm going to need to figure out a way to deal with it. That has science as well. There's also food here. Where I was originally going to colonize here, I'll probably wind up expanding out into this sector I probably should distinguish between colonization and expansion. But its intention is to get me access to Cosmite. The food is a nice bonus. That's why I specifically put it here. Energy, which leaves me one additional settlement. Now, I could do a water-based one here. I could expand out to the energy or industry. Water isn't entirely terrible. The raw materials are lower, but it does have the nice bonus of the water-based buildings give some nice. There's like a couple of tech-oriented ones which are really nice. But the one thing that probably isn't going to happen would be Aldrasil collecting the other food tile. Now, the fact of the matter is, food maybe isn't the highest priority for me right now. I seem to have a lot of it, and once Ovenwell is at 16, it's going to be sharing its food with the rest of the sectors. So we're at the point where I might consider building another colonizer just to be able to take advantage of these other resources. Well, let's say that I did want to do that. How would I get access to all of these specialized nodes that I've got? So far as I can tell, I don't actually have a pattern that will give me access. So I've got, home base here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Home base here, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sure there's probably some like graph theory solution to check. This seems like almost like the 4-color theory. Not exactly, but like, I mean, I could try something daft like here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it seems like I'm gonna have to give up one of these. In practice, the energy tiles seem to be what I need at the moment. And if I sort of settle somewhere here that allows me this kind of expansion, I'm able to take advantage of the industry earlier. But this might mean that I make 2 colonizers. It might mean something else. But as it is, I will want to build at least 1, possibly 2, and it would actually probably do me some good to investigate these parts of the map so that I can get an idea as to whether or not this tile is all that desirable. I might also want to investigate these areas and these areas to see if I want to grab anything. I know we've got the Dwelling of Flea-Flung Growth Mother Node. So, we have allies on this side, and I may want to incorporate them later. But obviously that's a level of expansion well beyond what I'm capable of doing right now. How you doing, Bast Worshipper? I did read your response. I didn't have a lot to say about it. I mean, I think I kind of already put most of that in the reply, but I didn't want it to seem like I was staying quiet. All right, I've set up a whole lot of this. I do need to say at the start, as usual, I was given a key by Paradox, both for the original Age of Wonders Planetfall, but the Age of Wonders Planetfall Revelations DLC, which is enabled, but I don't know if it adds anything to the main campaign. But with that in mind, I know there's a sale for Paradox DLC. I don't know if you can get Revelations on that sale right now, but that is on the Humble link. So if you want to use the affiliate link, it's a Paradox build your own DLC bundle. And if you use that link down below, I can get a little bit of extra money for you getting some good deals. But as always, my opinions are my own. The fact that I'm getting close to 100 hours in this game is not out of some deep sense of loyalty. I am working for pennies at this point if this is paid promotion. So let's see what kind of monsters we're up against. All right, these guys are tough. In fact, I think I said when I finished last stream, I got a big fight. I don't want to deal with it when I'm tired. And now that I'm super tired, I'm going into this big fight. So the one thing I don't want to do right now is sit down and wait for them to come to me. It is actually to my advantage to take out as many of the Hopper Hounds as possible. But I want to make sure they don't get the jump on me, so I don't want a flank to come in like this. I want to make sure that my guys are facing them like this. These guys need to be very careful that they don't suddenly face an overwhelming force. Now, the most important thing that I've learned in Age of Wonders Planetfall, this is also probably true of Age of Wonders 3, but I've been confronted with it on stream a lot more than in other games. It definitely helps to see what the enemy abilities are. So I believe this guy gives a buff to his allies, the Hopperhound Eviscerator. Invigorating Stridulation, produce invigorating sounds by rubbing limbs together, granting this unit and friendly units within 2 hexes 200 morale and fast movement for 3 turns. Cool. I mean, the thing that's nice about that is that it's really, for those of you wondering what Bass Worship and I are talking about, this is one of the older articles I wrote about the idea of how games have never been cheaper in real terms. I mean, one might argue even in nominal terms, but that's a little bit of a harder pill to swallow. But one thing that I always find really important in articles like that is that it's good and it's worthwhile to take a look at like the long view, and that usually tends to be where my added value is. But the important thing is that like the long view happens as a function of the day-to-day short-term actions. So, you know, when you talk about, you know, like, so the movement from horse and buggy to the automobile, we should not be putting, like, massive subsidies into saving the horse and buggy industry. Like, clearly that is a level of that's a level of automation, that's an improvement that we benefited from. Obviously it's created its own sets of problems now, but like, you know, as far as an improvement is concerned, our ability to sort of get stuff done and move things across the world greatly improved as a result of that invention. But on the other hand, it would be particularly callous in such a moment to write off horse and buggies as irrelevant and to say, well, just suck it up, you know, you gotta deal with it or whatever. You know, that doesn't particularly help the individual through there. And there's different countries have done better jobs of managing those kinds of transitions than other ones. Sometimes you need intervention, sometimes you don't. And I mean, obviously, the people who are, you know, will benefit from the intervention want it, and the people who are benefiting from the new normal tend not to want that sort of stuff. But yeah, so it's one of these ones where whenever I write an article that tries to take the long view, I do always want to put a part that talks about the day-to-day. Because in the end, right, like we could, you know, if the status quo is such that, you know, certain businesses aren't able to operate and they're the ones who actually make the games that we really like, that's not necessarily an outcome that we want. And it raises an interesting question as to whether or not the industry is structured in such a way that we, you know, we're rewarding the right behavior. Anyways, I probably did a worse job of explaining my position than that, and most people have not read the article, so I should shut up and move on with the Eviscerator. So other than the buffs, multiple units, combat jump. Okay, so don't stand beside each other on this guy. What I want to do, because there's overlap between the Hopperhound Blade Maw and the Advanced, both of these will have the same abilities, but the Advanced unit will have some other buffs here. So, Claw Strike. Air Leap, I think, hits flying units? Yes. So I want to be careful about those. And we've got Poison and Enhanced Damage. Ooh, extra morale and resistances. Okay, so they're just tough. And then our Manhunter, which is sort of like the little version of the Hopperhound Blade Maw, same boosts. I really like the Bulldog image. Finally, we've got the Mega Beetle Baby, who has Scything Claws. Okay, this is a really big one. Minor Infection X. This unit is infected with an experimental virus that brings the dead back to life. When it is killed, it comes back to life 1 turn later with 40% health, -2 armor, and its attack deal an additional 10% damage. So, in addition to the fact that these things explode when killed, these things also come back. So, the strategy is more or less the same, right? I want to be taking these guys out as soon as possible. I definitely want to be taking out the reserves later. I mean, yeah. It's a mess. That's the easiest state of it. I will probably wind up losing some units, but I would really prefer not to. So let's see what we can do here. Now again, like, imagine how I would have felt if I ran ahead and I didn't check to see the Mega Beetle Baby resurrected. I would be wasting a ton of time killing the thing that would come back anyway. So my aim right now, it'd be nice if I could get some of these blinded arrows on the Hopper Hounds, but I don't think that's going to be happening. So what I might want to do is I might want to set up some baits. You know, if I don't dictate to the enemy where they're... I said I shouldn't stack people up, but I do want to do as much damage as I can at the start. And none of my people have Overwatch. I'm admittedly very surprised that the Lancer isn't actually able to do anything. You know what? I'm going to do something a little unexpected here. I am actually going to move the Lancer up and move it up in such a way that it's exposed to the rest of the enemy enemy force. The reason I'm doing that is that this guy is almost certainly not going to be able to reach them with the Scything Claws. Now, cover doesn't really count for a whole lot against these guys. I know I keep putting my people in cover, but there's really no reason for me to. So, what are we looking at here? We've got sleep, we've got heal, we've got catalog. This might be a bit of a game changer. Great. So this catalog is going to give me a nice batch of bonuses against their most common unit. Even in melee? That's weird. Because, like, how... like, it seems to me any place you could attack from melee, you'd, like, it's not cover anymore. Oh, I mean, I'm sure you're right. This is my problem. I always, if people say it confidently enough, I believe it no matter what. But what an unusual way to do melee attacks. I don't want to sacrifice the Lightbringer, so I'm gonna hold him back. And all right, so definitely didn't do as much damage as I wanted on that first run, but let's see what we can accomplish partway through. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna move slowly. Good point. That's not the one. Combat jump. Jump at target light ground unit, dealing damage, knocking them back. Bleed, high impact melee. Ignores light of sight penalties. Only affects ground units. Man, so I wonder where I'd even find the... So this is, if you guys have not played Age of Wonders Planetfall yet, the data links here, it's a lot like the Civilopedia. And it does a wonderful job. You know how I sometimes like to consult the wiki in Stellaris. Age of Wonders Planetfall, it's part of the game. It's actually one of the things I really liked about Snapshot Games' Chaos Reborn as well. The rules are really simple, but it's like having the rule book right in front of you. Hey, Dahub, how you doing? Sorry it's not more Industries of Titan, but thanks for hanging out. Dear Lord, does that game bleed? Oh, you're talking about Industries of Titan. How are you liking it, by the way? A friendly unit has moved into cover. Cover protects the unit by making it harder for enemies to hit them with abilities. Cover is directional and only protects against attacks if it is between the targeted unit and the enemy. Some units are too large to use cover, but they are used as cover by smaller units. I don't take advantage of the used as cover as often as I should, but I feel that that is not as strong of a benefit as the game suggests it is, because there's a lot of area of effect or bouncing abilities. And the bouncing abilities tend to be arc weapons, which are really good at hurting the large units in practice, because they're like usually big machines, and big machines get hurt by arc. I suspect when I play the assembly that's going to be different. Okay, so it's not definitive on it, but we'll see. No, this game I'm playing the Amazon, who have a deep connection with nature, so I'm going to suggest that probably we will not mechanize the entire population in this one. I'm really glad that you're sending in the reports. I mean, this is the challenge, right? Like, some people will see an early access title, and you know, sending in the reports are part of the fun, and it's how you have a role in the shape of the game, and that can be an exciting and fun part. And incidentally, like, I actually don't have any strong feelings one way or the other. Ooh, I kind of want to put a little bit of damage on the Eviscerator, but I feel like I'm gonna get pounded by everyone else if I should have committed all the units towards that. Like, I actually don't behave that way for every game. I think people in chat will probably know exactly which games I do tend to be that warm towards. But yeah, like, I mean, stuff like that for me, it's like, it's one of the ways that I get to have a role in the shape of the game overall. So, but more importantly for me, I'm happy other people are putting in bug reports, because it means that I get a better game at the end. Okay, so you found a ghost item problem with local storage and lining it up all over with the numbers, and how upgrading from local internal resources can cause it. Yeah, and that's the big problem that I ran into, which makes it sometimes hard to... Alright, we knew that was coming. In fact, if I knew that was coming, it would have been better for me to do the chip damage on them, because I knew they wouldn't have attacked my guy. Okay. This isn't as bad as it looks. That actually might have messed up my plans, though. What I wanted to do, the reason I moved that Lancer up so far forward, is that I want to create conditions under which I prevent people from getting a retaliation attack.
Operations available.
But yeah, my one worry about Industries of Titan personally is that a few of the bugs are at a point where they stop stuff from happening, basically. Like, so you can't progress, and those are the ones where I feel a little more scared, because it's, you know, it's that can be a really negative experience if you're not expecting it. This is a huge dilemma here. No, I know how I'm going to handle this. I will Inferno Ravage this thing. So I wanted to try and come up with a clever way to flank this guy and take him out. But I should just take it in order. So we'll Lance Strike this fella. So now their Overwatch is cancelled. This means that I can move my hero back and get an attack. I think we'll just face him head on. Now the problem is we are... Oh, that's bad. I need a stronger hit. The problem here is that we're not really prepared for the next batch, which is going to be coming after it. Our line's already broken up, and then these guys are going to be running in to leap on us, along with the reserves showing up. However, I might be able to take advantage. I'm a little broken up here, but I might actually be able to take advantage of the fact that this manhunter's a little out of position. They've had more exciting position. Well, no, I gotta get rid of the Overwatch, otherwise it counts for nothing. Oh, that didn't cancel the Overwatch. I just made life very difficult for myself. Okay, let's see if we can get our flying units to help out. So I lost the chip damage on the Manhunter, and I may not have actually saved my people. I actually rate it as a higher priority for me to clear out this guy, so this Amazon's in a really bad position overall, but I have an idea about how I'm going to fix that.
Enemy destroyed.
Oh, that's right. We just freed this person up, so we're in a slightly... well, if I do this, then the Eviscerator's going to come and get them. So maybe what I want to do... it's only a little damage. So I'd love to do it as an AoE effect, but in this case I think I'm going to blind the Eviscerator. That's just going to soften the blow a little bit. And looks like I can't charge the guy. Alright. That's a bit of a shame. So this Paragon Guard is really just here to prevent... So I can't do much about this flying unit, but this guard is going to be protecting this this particularly vulnerable Amazon unit. I could actually probably do the same trick. So I'm going to put a little bit of a gap between, but we'll keep the Swift Beak. So basically, if they try anything nasty, what it's probably going to do is it's going to probably leap onto the Swift Beak so that there's no retaliation. But that's fine, because the Swift Beak is the thing that I'm okay losing. And let's... Anyways, overall, Dahab, it sounds... Yeah, I get the feeling that currently the set buildings are like the stuff you don't put in factory, as you say, internal buildings. I kind of get the feeling that they don't quite. I mean, there's a couple of circumstances in which I can see specializing factories to certain things, but yeah, it definitely feels like once you scale up to a certain level, it makes sense to build cities rather than factories. But it definitely sounds like you're having a good time with it, so I am pleased to hear that. All right, well, we knew that was coming after the Swift Beak. Now, I'm hoping the blinding helps us out here. It does not, but it did target the melee unit that I was okay with. So this is not a bad example of how you might want to handle something. So, like, what my army is mostly range focused, right? So the fact of the matter is that when you face hopper hounds like this, you know that they are going to close the distance, and you're going to be in trouble. So the question is, how do you handle that? Well, one, give them targets. Like, you want to try and create a situation in which they find it most advantageous to target the units that you want. That's weird, right? That's a little bit like, you know, when you play a game of chess, you want your opponent to move a certain way, but your opponent's not stupid usually, so they're not necessarily going to comply, right? Nobody plays a game with the intention of giving you an easy time. So this is a particularly difficult situation for me because so much of my army is ranged, and so once they actually jump on top of my people, it becomes very hard to manage the response. So there's a couple things that I want to do here. Anybody who's locked into melee combat, I want to make sure that the Overwatch is broken so that I'm able to move the unit and get them out of the way. Furthermore, anybody who's in danger of sort of a ranged attack. So, you know, it's good that this Paragon was in the area to protect the Amazon, but you know, the Amazon is still locked down by this Eviscerator, right? Sorry, Huntress. They're all Amazon unit. Well, except this Paragon unit. So right now the focus is going to be on me breaking these sort of these melee overwatches that they have. First best is obviously if I can kill the unit so that we can refresh in time for the next round of combat. Second best is we at least get ourselves into a stronger position to deal with the remaining 2 leaps and then this guy coming into range. This guy I'm a little worried about. And I have a couple of ideas about how to handle him, but it's going to depend on how a lot of the stuff here works. So enough chat. How am I going to get myself out of this? So for instance, one thing I'd love to do is just take the Lancer in and get a nice big flank on the Eviscerator, which is sort of the leader unit. If I do that, I'm open to a flank from the Mega Beetle Baby. I could be leapt on by the Advanced Hopperhound Manhunter and Hopperhound Blade Mob. Another thing that's worth remembering is that currently I have the... where is it? The catalog. So, -2 resistance to all damage types. So it's actually, I do more damage if I target these. Now, one ace in the hole that I have is sleep. It may not necessarily work on the Eviscerator, but it's really important for me to remember. I need to worry about the wide slash, which is going to attack these 2 units. And actually, as you can see, it'll wipe out the 2 units. So I need to get them out of the way, or I need to disable the Eviscerator. But again, I can't ignore the rest of my units. So let's think a little bit about how I'm going to accomplish that goal. So if I do the shield charge... Okay, I'm in close range. So first things first, let's just hit him with the Shock Spear. He doesn't seem to have a retaliation. And the drawback is we just poked him with a stick. That didn't actually do what I thought it would. Well, I mean, what I could just try and do is get everybody to pile on and come what may with the rest. This Lightbringer will dislodge this unit. Unfortunately, it will again be vulnerable to all the other units. This is the one that keeps me up at night. So, yeah, we're going to have to come up with some decisions about how we handle the Eviscerators. So in this case, it's now all hands on deck because the Paragon didn't really do what I needed it to. So I'd love to try and get a flank. In reality, I think I need to just do as much damage as possible with the laser repeater. So we're just short of what we needed there. So we know we can kill the Eviscerator. The question is, how do we kill it in a way that gets me an advantage for the rest of my team? Alright, well, I didn't exactly want to do it this way, but I'm going to move this fella back. I'm going to get them to flank the...
Enemy annihilated.
So this Amazon is still safe. In fact, they're safe enough that I'm going to move them up. They're going to get their flank on the Manhunter.
Enemy destroyed.
So this is going to give me some options with the Swift Beak. So, oh, it's not. God damn it, I should have paid attention. Because I'm not actually able to contribute to the combat here. I thought that I was going to be able to run in, but because I got pounced on, I actually have one less move than I thought I did. Alright, that's a pity. We will prepare for the retaliation. So let's just get an idea about who's... Okay, so my commander is available. That's good. The Lightbringer is available, but I'm kind of locked up. Well, locked up or not, I actually need to participate in the fight. So melee Overwatch is cancelled, which means that I'm able to move my Amazon back. It's not enough to seal the deal, unfortunately. But there is one rather important detail. Oh, that's not gonna... Oh, I made a big blunder. Okay. Let's think about what the remaining units can do. I think I prefer healing a unit. Okay, so what I need to do right now is just see what units are available to attack. So I think at this point I'm a little uncomfortable with how some of the units are clustered, so what the Mega Beetle Baby's probably going to do is Beetle Spit on the Lancer and... oh no, they don't have to because I can move them out of the way. Okay, I might have just gotten a reprieve. So there's not a lot for my leader to do, so in this case we're going to use her to clean up the remaining...
Enemy down.
remaining Hopper Hound. Although I did... Okay, so now I know I'm going to get the Beetle Spit because I wasn't paying attention to the adjacency between these units. This does, however, free up this Amazon to do some damage to the others. Now, again, there's a flanking possibility with the Mega Beetle Baby, but they're likely going to go for the AoE damage. So in this case, I'm just going to try and get the early damage in. This is the unit that's in the greatest danger of dying because of the... because if there's like a leap on them and then the beetle decides to go for the flank, I don't really have any good responses to that. Finally, I've got an Amazon over to the edge here. There's not a whole lot for me to do with them, so what I'm going to do in this case is just get a little early chip damage on the beetle. We already saw... Actually, you know what? Why get the chip damage when I can blind them? Alright. Now we're thinking with portals. So we're in a better spot than we were at the start of the last round. However, we have a little too much clustering. There's only 3 units for me to deal with. If I can take these guys off the table next turn, and the beetle doesn't do anything too crazy, we should be able to get out of this without any damage. But there's no guarantee. Okay, I'm glad that they went after the melee unit, not the air unit. Alright, we kind of knew that was coming, so that's not too bad. And I'll admit, I actually don't quite understand why they did that Beetle Spit, but I'll live with it. So, as usual, first thing we need to do is secure the folks who are at risk of melee overwatches. I also want to be a lot more careful in terms of what kinds of attacks that I do. Oh, okay. Or, no, it looks like he has some health left over. I think I'm going to go for this one on the chance that it takes it out.
Enemy destroyed.
Excellent. Okay, so what that does... again, the key on this is the fact that it allows my units to become more effective. Now, One really important thing for me to keep in mind is that I'm going to have my back facing the Mega Beetle Baby. It's unlikely that they're going to attack my people. It's unlikely they're going to attack my people from so far away. But what I'm going to do, I need to sort of do a bit of an evaluation. This is a lot of damage. But I think I prefer the safety, so... You know, it's nice to get the flanking bonus on 2 attacks, but I really can't justify it. Now, the Wild Sweepbeak doesn't have any utility for me except for its melee attack right now. It might be nice to try and get it in, you know, in closer range, but the fact of the matter is that like this does have a melee attack. It's going to be trying to close the gap with my units as quickly as possible. And it does explode when it dies, and it's going to be dying twice. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to risk the melee overwatch. Again, the Axebeak isn't the sort of unit that I want to put everything into saving. And if I'm able to kill this like the sort of the predicted damage suggests it will, I'm able to free up all of my other units to doing the damage on the beetle.
Enemy annihilated.
All right. So we're clearly in a much better spot than we were last time. A lot of what the remaining turns are going to be about is maintaining distance from the beetle and oh, this is great. So I believe this needs a turn to come back.
Enemy eliminated.
Oh, so it's resurrection.
Victory is ours.
Aha. So this is a little bit like when you play Magic, and like you have something that will. Well, maybe Magic isn't the best analogy, but like you actually have to have someone on the table to take advantage of the 1-turn resurrection. Otherwise, it just dies, and there's nothing that comes back. Okay, that was that worked out really well for us. We took some damage, obviously, but that is a thoroughly manageable amount to heal. And of course, the really great thing about the Amazon is they eat everything. So we just collected 60 food for Adrasil. This is, in my opinion, one of the biggest advantages of my preferred playstyle in terms of like growing out my my bases really early and getting all of those sectors. The Amazon make it much more viable, because the problem that we ran into with the last Dvar playthrough was that I went so hard into growing my settlements, and it was very clear that I was behind on just about every other factor. So at the time that basically the war came to us at exactly the point that I was about to switch my economy into a war footing, but that doesn't matter. I mean, that's perfect for my enemy, because they'll just, there's going to be some wonderful factories for them to take over. Now, this is a really tough one for me to deal with, because, I am prioritizing food. Interesting. Oh, wide mending rig. Heal target unit for 20 can only be used once per battle, and additionally... Okay, so this would actually be a good one to equip on a hero. Although I do generally like making my heroes more offensive. I do need the money, and normally I would sell in this case, but this has some utility, and again, the extra food is really good for how I'm playing. So I would argue that the strategy I employed for the Dvar is probably a lot more appropriate for the Amazon, just given how much extra food comes in and how that translates into growth. So we have Prize of the Predator. So that's a quest. Investigate the smoke. Now, I believe Investigate the Smoke is a story mission. Your hunter spotted rising smoke in the distance. You must investigate this immediately. It might be your quarry's doing. So knowing that this might be a story mission, I'm actually going to move up to pursue... Ooh. This is like Avatar. Everything on this planet wants to kill me. Voradon. So it's got a Claw Strike and Devour. Oh my god, these... Okay, Devour is an amazing and also a very frustrating ability. So I like it when I have Devour, and I hate it when other people have Devour. Strength 12 chance to kill target instantly and heal this unit for 15 health. Only works on light biological or cyborg unit. High impact stagger units, reducing action points and cancelling all defensive modes. and bypasses all shields. Genetica World Theme Park was supposed to make TerraTech a boatload of money. Bragging about their creations, the CEO assured his guests that nothing could go wrong. I remember his shrieks when a Kirko Ravenous Pterodon hybrid escaped its containment. The Voradon's wounds healed with each lawyer, animal herder, and infantryman it devoured. I escaped on a child's hoverboard. Voradons overran the countryside, leading the Star Union to eventually quarantine the planet. Now and then, some military genius will capture a Voradon, thinking to exploit its savage power. The story always ends with blood splatters and screaming. Margaret Nib, RV2220X, run away. Not content with the the fun house. We also have a wild bombardon, so I can't cluster people up because this thing has got gland secretion. Launch a glob of biochemical secretions at the target, dealing half damage to units adjacent to the target. And on top of that, it's got the Xenoplague Parasite. This unit is infected with a strain of the Xenoplague and gains hyper-evolved immune system, granting it +2 resistance to all non-psionic status effects, and ferocious determination, making the unit immune to negative morale and mind control effects, which means that my secret weapon of the healer is useless in this case. Very good question, Bast Worshipper. It's implied, but I don't know if I actually... I genuinely do not know. I'll maybe take a quick look at the data links, because that would... obviously, the Voradon would be wonderful to have in my menagerie. I suspect that's probably an ability that I get through the hero upgrades. And this is a timed... or maybe it's not a timed mission. Huh. The Bombadon cautiously eyed Ranger Craig. Swollen glands on either side of its neck throbbed. Green sludge oozed from its frog-like maw. Ranger Craig steadied his voice and said, "Easy, big fellow. Pharmacore pays good money for monster snot. I just want a sample." The creature let out a guttural croak, and suddenly a glob of goo erupted from the Bombadon's mouth, covering the Ranger. When Pharmacore droves retrieved Ranger's Craig remains, they had more than enough Bombadon sample for their need. Ranger SP Rocket, RV549S, Wildlife Protection Course. Okay, these Swiftbeaks have plague carriers, so these things... I don't want to be engaging in melee, but I won't have the option. Oh my god. Okay, so this is going to be tough. But we sign up for tough, so... Bioengineering. Amazons have the ability to alter life and survive harsh circumstances. Their fearsome troops have Spartan discipline and are experts in guerrilla tactics. Their arsenal includes genetically engineered beasts that the Amazons ride into battle. Ah, so actually we may not... The Amazons originate from TerraTech Biotech and Terraforming Company that prepared newly conquered planets for habitation by the Star Union. After the fall of the Unions, a TerraTech expedition was trapped on a remote world. What befell the men of the expedition is a tightly kept secret, but the Amazon now rely on technological methods to procreate. This ability to manipulate life extends through all aspects of Amazon culture. They see each world as a canvas ready to be painted into a paradise. So, the funny thing here, Bast Worshipper, is I had always taken the genetically, or the modified animals as being like you could capture them and modify them. But there's actually, I think what this might be doing is describing the units, like the laser shooting dinosaurs that I have. So, I may be totally wrong about how I've been thinking about this. All right, now I'm pretty sure I had some... I seem to remember the last time that I played this, I had a bunch of ideas about sort of the paths that I could go down in terms of the Celestian abilities, and I've lost all of it. So, all units that attack the hero have a strength 8 chance of being afflicted with soul burn. It does seem hard to inflict soul burn, and I need to be thinking... I think I just need to make it so that maybe... Oh, actually, here's an idea. I wonder how the AI reacts to something like Revealing Soul, or the equivalent of it on things like Huntress units, because obviously I don't want my ranged units to be getting attacked. Yeah, at least the Skirmisher has some armor. There's the Lancer, I mean. Interesting. We'll think about that. Hero gains 1 extra hex of range when in cover. That really would help me out in my starting turns. I do think I'm gonna go. So I've delayed infantry commander for a while, so I think I'm actually gonna go for this one as much as it pains me to do so. And wide-ranging mending rig. It's not the most exciting thing that I could be equipping, but oh no, I have to pay for it. So never mind. I would have loved to do this, but not at the cost of energy, which I need to. Right now, I'm running this deficit, and I need to make sure that I'm able to get through it. I believe I put this unit in Aldersil to heal up, and it's not clear to me that I heal any faster in my own territory than otherwise. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have it sort of both ways. I'm going to keep it inside my territory. I don't have the benefit of the militia, so what I'm going to do here, I don't think I should, because I'm like not a tile within my... I think I'm going to wait one more turn. Well, what are we at? 480? It's possible I could get through this without too much damage. And the thing that makes me worried is the fact that they have a Biomancer on side. Because if they wind up healing up one of those Kirko, that could turn deadly. So I think I'm gonna let my frontline units heal up a little bit, and then we'll clear these out. The main reason I want to be doing this, I want to be gobbling up as many units as I can, because that's going to be, again, getting the food up, and the consequence of that, of course, is going to be I work my way out of this deficit. Like, the idea, this is a ticking time bomb for me, and I'm trying to finance it through just killing units, and killing the units in this case happens to give me the extra benefit of generating the growth that I'm relying on. So. Yeah, it's energy and Cosmo. Ah, that jerk. All right. Well, we'll at least get the goodies. Hopefully it's energy. Production. You find a transport containing salvageable production stash. Unfortunately, the stash's systems are destroyed and provide no data on its origin, destination, or the event that led to its destruction. Now, for some reason, we are in a surplus of energy. I suspect that is because... I suspect that's because I'm in... I've built something. Yeah, Eldersil is producing that surplus. Now, I suspect I could take one of these units and force the fight. But I'm not going to, because it seems like it seems minor, but that Swiftbeak is going to be the thing that what I want right now is I want a bunch of trash melee that's going to be getting the plague versus my my important ranged units. And if I'm going to be throwing them into the front lines like that, I want to make sure that I'm set up to be able to handle that. All right, growth faction demand. Mother Node demands the alloy of the stars to keep symbiosis. Mahina Wateka. I'm not crazy about losing 11 Cosmite, but I don't think I have the resources to do a quest instead. So I'll take it as the lesser evil, knowing that I'm not actually going to be. I'm not really going to be. I'm not going to be building that. I mean, I've got the 239 here. That does make me a little... Oh, I'm having bad thoughts. So I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, and we get access to a hell of a lot of cool production. And the catch is that this is full of hazards, so it's also going to cost a fortune to resolve. I will think about it. Autonom enemies. Despite our attempts to grow on their warm towers, these Autonom insist that we cannot grow our vines on them. They need only strengthen their cables. We must grow over the high spots to receive Sonoril's kiss. Destroy those that cut and clear away our vines. Alright, looks like we got a quest no matter what. We should have some time for that, though, so...
Empire task completed.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so we got the Economist. This is actually not a bad doctrine, too. So, and we got 200 energy for our trouble. All right. I do think I want to go to battle, but...
Production ready.
Let's think about what Eldrasil is going to get us. So this is a tricky one, right? There's a side of me that wants to... So there's a side of me that wants to build the colonizer and just head up here right away. I'm just taking a look at the stuff that I'd have to get to move out of the way. Okay, so we're working... It's the minus 20% industry that really makes me sad. So let's see how far away hazard removal is. Environmental conditioning, so tier 3. It is within our reach. I know it costs an arm and a leg. But I think I'm going to go for it. So the reason why I'm spending this time... The reason I'm spending this time thinking about this is that I have two options in terms of my path. Consider that right now, my empire doesn't pay for itself. I run a deficit every time I do production. Now, one thing I really want to get in this region is unit production, because if I build things in again, we're gonna consider this in the long run. But what do I get for building units in Ovenwill? Well, nothing, right? All of these different bonuses are related to agriculture, which is fine. I mean, this is actually not that bad of a this is not that bad of a start as far as a colony is concerned. But basically, because once I hit 16 pops, I'm going to be switching this into something else, probably production, but we'll see. And you know, it's still going to have this really nice it's going to have this really nice floor of agriculture that'll be distributing out to the other colonies. But there's no, beyond the fact that there's going to be a lot of industry, there's not necessarily going to be any inherent advantage to my capital producing units. Now, in contrast, when I take over the Paragon Barracks, there will be an additional shield for each light unit that gets built in Eldrasil. So, at some point, what I want to be doing is I want to be building the Skirmisher Barracks and the training center. Because, of course, the more... I don't know if the Arborean Sentinel counts as a light unit, but definitely the Lancer and the Biomancer are light units, and so I can get some free bonuses from these. Now, if I do that, what this means... So we'll see what happens, right? I go to Military Skirmisher Barracks, we're back to minus 9, it's going to take me 2 turns. What units am I going to produce in 2 turns? Well, absolutely none. Because even in... You know, it's very likely that I take over this sector, right? We're just about to get to our fourth point. But again, what units am I realistically? What units am I looking at in terms of benefits? anything that I build is going to be costing me energy, and I need to dedicate a hero to actually clear out this area before I can take advantage of it. So what I wind up doing is I wind up spending energy credits to get a benefit that I'm not actually going to be able to realize within 2 turns. Again, the tagline for the original trailer: make your turn count. Consider the alternative. In 1 turn, I'm going to be able to annex a sector. So I could annex the food, which is actually a really good idea because it helps the growth of Eldrasil and so on and so forth. Or I could claim the hazard tile. Now, if I'm going to claim the hazard tile, there's 2 important costs. One, I'm generating a lot of industry already, so I'm going to see a 20% hit to that. That's meaningful, right? I'm basically going to be going down to about 50 production off of that, I think. Then, of course, there's the other drawback where I'm going to have 8 unhappiness. And then, finally, I'm going to have to maintain that for a given period of time, and then send a unit to go and get rid of the hazard. So, with that in mind, it seems to make sense. I'll still be paying the 9 energy for the production, but it's going to be giving me a boost of 6, so I'm going to be up to 12. That gives me a wriggle room of 4. And so even if we wind up going into negative happiness because of population growth, the number of turns where I'm affected by that will be sort of at a minimum. And then, of course, the next priority is going to be, with that in mind, the priority is going to be taking out this unit. It's also really important to note this is 720 power versus 717, and the hazard is still active. So it is definitely a gamble that I'm taking here, but sort of the hope is that I'm going to be able to swing my commander around. We'll clear out the Brain Swamp. We'll head back to the Crimson Fissure Rift, and we will... I think probably what I want to do is I want to clear out the hazard before I worry about the Crimson Fissure Rift. Actually, with that in mind, if it's going to take 6 turns, I may actually want to do Halcyon Garden Reserve. We'll see. Fortunately, I'm not locked into these decisions. Anyways, one way or the other, extra happiness is something that I want almost certainly, no matter what. So, let's see how we do against geothermal instability. It says low risk battle. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna see. I want to see what the AI does. I do not accept losing a unit. Well, that's a really pretty background. I don't think I've seen this one before. So the good news is I believe on this one it applies to everything. It does give me a reason not to hold back like I normally do. Well, maybe not. Okay, so realistically, what's their range at? All right, we can work with this. They might be able to goop us, but we're going to be in a pretty nice little position for when they want to close the distance. This is not so nice. Now, the Lancers are the real conundrum here. I don't actually have a really good idea about what to do with them. I want to make sure that I'm not in range of any... So I already said that they're going to try and goop me, so I want to make sure that I'm not in danger of any of that. I'm actually going to put the Biomancer sort of in the back like this. One thing I could potentially... Yeah, I'm going to put the... I'm basically committing everything to this side of the map. I don't think it really neutralizes their Lancer in this case. This is a hard one for me. I don't want to... I'm going to keep one of these in reserve. Actually, you know what? This is going to be a little unexpected. I may wind up regretting this, but I have some ideas. It depends a lot on how the Frenzied respond to this. The problem with this is that I have nobody screening my Huntresses here. And it's possible the Lancer just runs up the middle and wreaks havoc. So if they do, these collapse in on them. But again, the problem is the Kiriko just might move up and say, well, deal with it. You can't kill us in time. And I don't have a really good reply to that yet. Alright, I can live with the Lancers being scanned. So, not much to be done about being gooped. I didn't think that they were going to destroy the... I actually did not know that that ability destroyed cover. That's a nasty surprise. So that's quite a bit more damage than I was expecting.
Operations
but
ready.
we do get to do what I said I was going to do. Now, it does carry with it the threat that there's the Biomancer that's gonna get a flank on them. But this is a little... Whoa! I don't know why they got to... I don't know why they got that attack. That's actually going to be really, really harmful. So what I want to do here, I'm a little nervous about this Amazon right now, or this Huntress. Oh, not enough to seal the deal. So I'm going for blind instead. But again, I am in quite a bit of danger with this this Amazon right now. So I'll get a little distance. There's not a lot I can do about this. But I do have somebody with a heal in reserve. Actually, I should have done this at the start of the turn. As you can see, that would have been a kill. Alright. I am quite nervous about this Huntress. Ooh.
Unit destroyed.
I think I'm going to be resetting this one. I wasn't expecting that. I know I was doing that a lot last time, but... I wouldn't have lost all of those units otherwise, but forgetting to do that scan early on sort of set me off. Plus, the... I will admit the destruction of cover was a genuine surprise. All right. This is not a good spot for this Biomancer, but... So there might have been an argument for doing the blinding arrow instead, but... Now the tough part here is that pretty much any decision I make to go up aggressively in the front means that this Lancer just gets hammered. You know what? I'm committing to it. Better still, can I get a blinding arrow on these guys? Probably not. So what I'm going to do, this is going to seem like a really weird decision, but I'm actually doing this so that they have an incentive to try and use their spit. Although they'll probably wind up using the spit on this cluster. This is obviously a much more aggressive start, but I actually think this works a little bit better. So the big weaknesses, these guys are going to be taking a lot of damage, and I'm not sure that they're in any position to really be able to withstand that. Potentially you've got 2 Kirko and the Lancer with a flank. I'll probably heal. Yeah, I think I'm going to take too much damage. But it looks like they are threatening the... Okay. That's welcome because I get a bunch of flanks on this guy. Unfortunately, there's a lot of choking. Okay.
Operations ready.
So obviously we need to heal first. I should have seen if I had a better... I might have had a shot moving differently, but... That's not as good. Yeah, let's just run for it. I absolutely do not understand how that interaction works. That's really frustrating to deal with. Because it means I'm possibly going to lose this unit.
Enemy killed.
Obviously, we're going to have the fire to deal with next round. Okay, so I can go for a cheap blind. I think this counts as a flank. It does.
Enemy down.
So presumably the heal is going to drop here, although they do a lot of damage. Oh, this unit might die actually. We'll see. I got lucky on that miss. All right.
Enemy down.
I've already blown my heal. I really needed that to hit. I will admit, this reloading the save thing is becoming a bad habit. I think I'm going to have to be a little more disciplined on that. The only excuse I have for that this time around
annihilated.
is I'm streaming this instead
Victory
of Stellaris,
is
partly
ours.
because I am very tired and I don't want to ruin my Stellaris save, and so I think the same rule can apply here. Plus, it's, you know, my playthrough, and I'll play how I want, damn it. But I'll admit, it's not something I should feel particularly good about. Okay. So, I didn't think that my colony was going to grow this turn. I am going to... It's a big assumption, but it's not an unjustified one. I'm going to assume that by the time I actually get the ability to remove hazards, Aldrasil will have grown to take another sector. So, while I did, a lot of these moves were about me annexing this sector. This is the smarter move. We sense you approach. For what reason do you disturb our holistic endeavors, Mahina Wateka? We require this position. Please vacate. We understand your requests, Mahina Wateka. We have decided to comply and will seek elsewhere to germinate. This patch of soil will be yours to cultivate. that's one of the reasons why I think that Eldrasil will grow fast enough. Yeah. Oh, they've already, yeah. I'm not 100% sure if I want to... This Marauder army isn't too dangerous. It just really depends on how much I heal. I still stand by my decision to build this recreation dome, although I should probably consider well, yeah, so this is the problem, right? I can consider building the colonizer, but that kills my energy. So if I do that, I'm saying I'm not getting rid of the hazard, and I actually do want to get rid of the hazard, so... Alright, that's still running from me. But we are at more or less full health, so... Oh! Frank Vance. More bloody Amazons, filthy plague spreaders. Is it not enough that you mind control your beasts? Must you also decide the fate of honorable men? Men? You are male humans? Apologies for intruding. We are not the plague spreaders. We are not plague spreaders, and not associated with any Amazons you met before. We are here to track them down, and put an end to their corruption. Even so, I'd appreciate it if you did not approach our position any further. We've settled here in an attempt to avoid conflict, but only found more of it. This plague is disgusting. It infected some of my troopers and steered them off into the wilderness. What proof do you have that you are not just here to do the same to the rest of us? It's best if you just leave. I want no more war today. We could use an ally on this planet. Perhaps they would consider helping us if we do something for them. They may appreciate if we put down the plague-ridden troops they mentioned to prevent them from causing any more havoc. Alright, so looks like... I mean, this background definitely indicates that they have the same secret technology that we do, so... Hello there, Mahina Wateka. I represent the Vanguard in diplomatic matters, so we can talk politics if necessary. We may not be the Star Union, but we're the closest thing you'll get to that level of stability. So I think this might have been added in a recent patch. I don't seem to remember seeing these options. I might be wrong, but in this case we'll say nice to meet you because I want to start off on the good foot. What brings you to this planet? We told you! And we can't do the non-aggression pact for 3 turns, so there's not a whole lot for us to do diplomatically. Frank Vance was torn about some of his troops falling victim to the vicious xenoplague. Perhaps you should end their suffering and ease his sorrow. Alright. I very much want to buy this hero. This is why it sucks to run deficits like I do. I'm doing it. Alright, unexploited sector. Clearly it's for agriculture, so we'll run on that right away. Let's...
Sector annexed.
Think more
Production ready.
Alright. Can't build more units. Don't want to build... Oh, actually, yeah, this is a... Okay, this is a funny thing. In this particular case, Oven will actually be producing energy credits. I would love to do standard military infrastructure. There is no possible way that I am going to be able to afford the energy upkeep for that. Now, unfortunately, I've got Marauders that are going to be causing some trouble for me. So, yeah, I mean... While I wish it were not so, it seems to me that keeping the capital from producing anything is the way that I sort of strengthen my position. All right, sign a non-aggression pact with another player, maintain peaceful relations for 10 consecutive turns, and enter a war with another player, kill 6 units. Okay, so more likely to do the non-aggression one. Let's do something stupid. Alright, I know I'm going to wind up redoing this because it's almost certain that we're going to lose a unit in the auto combat. But yeah, we lost a lot of units. Now the unfortunate thing is that Void Storm is actually a tricky one to deal with, so I also need to find a good way of handling this nonsense. Oh my god. So, do not under any circumstances let any of this stuff touch you, okay? Okay. And I've got nothing that can actually hit these people. I don't really want to catalog these. I want to catalyze the Voradon, but I have a feeling I'm going to be chasing it forever, so at least getting this thing on cooldown gives me a little bit of an edge. This was a mistake. I should have moved my Lancer first. So now if they want, they can run around. Oh no, they can't because there's a broken bridge. Alright. I'm really miffed that these things are not in range. So the Void Storm, 4 strength chance to receive dimensional instability. I suppose out of the horrible things that could be happening to me, dimensional instability isn't too appalling. Alright, what does the movement look like here? So I always want to spread out. There's no question about that. Essentially, I want to set myself up so that I'm able to do some chip damage on the target, the priority target. But I don't want to set myself up in such a way that we get bombed to death or anything like that. Another big problem is that this unit doesn't really have any healing available to it. So here I'm really tempting fate on this one, but there is a little bit of a plan. Okay, now the Wild Harrier is going to go. Basically, I'm trying to give it an excuse to come after something in the air. And my one bit of hope is that we might be able to get some ranged attacks using the... Nope. None of my laser dinosaurs help. So the good news is that the Air Corps seems like it's able to do some serious work on the Voradon. So if I feel like I'm in a particularly dangerous position, we basically just kite that thing back and we let the air units take it out. But that's why this Wild Shrike becomes a big problem, because it's an air-to-air unit. So that's kind of one of the reasons I wanted the Wild Harrier to be up front, give it a reason to take it on. Alright, let's see how it turns out. Alright, well, they didn't go after the thing I wanted them to. They're probably gonna bombard the weak unit. Yup. Oh! I did not know that was that hit multiple targets. And he's gonna poof. I might restart.
Ready.
Yeah. What I should be doing is accepting the loss of that unit and say, this is why you read the details about what you're going up against. But I built that on the assumption that I was going to be going up against a single hit and that unit would survive. Again, sorry to every combat. It feels like every combat I've done has been cheesing it out, but all right. So again, I don't want to get fancy. I still want people to be able to defend themselves, but I am going to slightly adjust the ordering so that the Lancer can be up. So the thing I failed to pay attention to, oh, it's not even listed. Oh no, it is. So if you take a look under the description, it says repeating. You can also see it here. So basically, if you haven't moved this turn, you get 3 attacks with it. If you do a full move, you still get like 1 small hit with it. Now that actually gives me some interesting ideas. So if that is true, it seems to me I still get the advantage of having these guys in sort of my in the harassing role I want them to have, without putting them in danger. So basically, I want to put these guys right at the edge of what this unit's able to reach. So we're probably still going to get hit by the goop, but it's not going to be as devastating as the previous run. Crap. So I'm not able to set up defense, which means the goop might actually do a lot more damage to me. I wish there was a better way of handling, like, undos. I'm not actually going to be going toe-to-toe with this thing, but I wanted to at least treat it like I'm going to. My hope is that they actually try and goop the Swift Beak, because then I can just withdraw. Now, you know what? I might have lost my opportunity to catalog. Nope. I can still mess with the Swift Beak. Again, I'm not sure if that's the right call in that situation, but this one I'm actually willing to move pretty aggressively with the Lightbringer. The Lightbringer strikes me as the sort of thing that's going to be helping me with the scary guy. Alright, let's see how this one works. Alright, that was a pretty welcome outcome, if I'm completely honest. They are committing pretty heavily to this side, though, so I better have a good plan for what's about to happen.
Operations ready.
That I'm totally fine with. I don't want these guys actually fighting the scary stuff. Alright, unfortunately, I seem to be in a... Hey, Mr. Franz, thank you very much for the host. They also were pretty clever in making sure that this Wild Shrike was not in danger. Okay, so one way or the other, this Amazon is able to be hit by the Axe Beak. That's unfortunate. But I have to accept the position that I'm in, so... Alright, so I should get a flank on this one. It's pretty dicey. That's horrifying. I need at least one of those to hit. Jesus Christ. This is pretty bad. I wish I could turn off the speed. The only reason I did the speed up is because we already did the initial rounds on this. So yeah, that Amazon winds up taking a lot more punishment than I want them to. I really needed more of that stuff to hit than it did. Okay, so we can afford to do kind of reckless moves here. It's possible that we get bombed, but I actually accept that. It would be better if we can get this thing to bomb these units here, because this line is in really rough shape right now. I wish I had infinite range on arrows so I just need one. It kind of looks like a mix of Heroes of Might and Magic 3 and Age of Empires. I don't know about Age of Empires, but I hear a lot of comparisons to Heroes of Might and Magic. I'm not in a very good position to evaluate that myself. But I think it comes up enough that... and I mean, I'm not completely unfamiliar with the title. I'm just... it's been a very long time since I've ever seen one of those games. So, you know what? I'm going to get up close and personal in this case. There are very few things that are actually able to damage this unit. Oh, damn it. Let's make sure that we're... So what I want to be doing here is I want to be presenting a target-rich environment. But yeah, I'm less familiar with Heroes of Might and Magic than I should be, but it definitely seems to have that flavor. It's all I think the comparison to Civilization is also a somewhat reasonable one. You know, there is a side that says, you know, we just laser beam the scary unit. This is also not a bad ability. It slows a bunch of the threatening units down. Oh, actually, this might actually prevent that axe beak from... Okay, this is a bit of a risk. This is a very expensive thing for me to do as far as a proportion of my income. But if I'm able to slow it, that actually protects my Amazon. So this is a risk I'm willing to take. Unfortunately, that didn't get slowed. This did, which helps me quite a bit. So this is not going to be too much of a surprise. This is going to hurt a lot. Oh, I did not know it was Master of Magic inspired. Ooh, this might kill the Amazon, actually. There might be some stuff that I can do to save this, but it is looking particularly grim for this this Amazon unit. Alright, we'll start off with an Inferno Ravage. Oh, nice. I actually have a copy of it on my GOG account, but I haven't tried it yet. I believe that game just recently got a DLC after however many years, which is kind of cool. Alright. I'll do whatever chip damage I can, so at least here we can start giving the Mad Bomber something to work with. At this point here, I'm really just trying to get people... I'm trying to get people in as quickly as possible. And we're still not in... Again, I want to make sure we're not in eating range, but as long as we're not, I'm okay playing with playing the odds. Okay, we don't actually count as being in range yet. That gives me something. That gives me something to think about. I need to kill some of these Overwatches. Well, I mean, I can... Yeah, you know what? I don't think this cancels the Overwatch because I don't stagger. Oh, melee Overwatch canceled. Perfect. It is possible they will still be able to bomb us. But at this point here, I'm just going to do everything I can to get some distance and make this work. Actually, if I was thinking, I should have tried to take this thing out. Unfortunately, I've committed to the move, so... which means... what I'd normally be doing... I'd normally be committing units to take out the... tough guy right now, but I think I'm going to... Are you joking? Ah!
Enemy destroyed.
All right, let's focus on the priority. So my fear here is that they're gonna try and move on this Amazon, and there's gonna be there isn't anything I can do about that. Okay, there is a 65% chance, or 60%. Okay, yes, it's slowed. So this was purely so that they would not be able to reach my Amazon. That might have been a really expensive way to save that unit, but I'm okay with that decision. This is very, very reckless, but what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to give it a reason to... Ooh, actually, that's a lot more damage than I thought we'd take. Unfortunately, I'm already committed to the move, so... I'm trying to give it an excuse not to take the priority units in the area. What kind of damage? Oh, it's got enough to... Drat. Everyone's in danger zones. It's not exactly the sort of thing you want your melee unit to do, but... Alright, let's see how bad this next turn hurts.
Unit has fallen.
Yeah, well that's not a... Oh, what, are you kidding me? I put so much effort into saving that Amazon. I wonder if it's... I'm not going to spend 25... I gotta start from the start again. Yes, I'm sorry I'm doing that. I'm not going to spend half of my energy credits on a unit that's just going to die the next turn anyway. Again, that's on me for not reading, but... I should probably be if I'm gonna I should just come clean about the fact that I'm gonna reload stuff. I usually do not play that I lose a unit and I reset. That's actually been a really bad habit that I've grown into, and I don't like it. But there are some things I will tolerate, and losing a unit, spending 25 on a unit that's already going to die is not one of the things I'm willing to accept. So, all right. So the real question here is how close to the bad guys do I want to get? I think actually in this case, for the bruisers, I want to get really aggressive on the movements, even though it may mean they take more damage than expected. Exception to this guy. I think I'm still going to position most of this stuff the way I did before. I'm actually going to try hiding this guy away because he's already damaged. And again, I want to make sure. So this is more about the options it gives me next turn. And again, it has some replies to this stuff, but okay. I also think I'm going to do something a little. There is a side of me that actually wants to. Yeah, actually, okay. So here's another thing that I should have paid closer attention to. The movement path that these Swiftbeaks have it has the exact same problem I do, which is there's no way they can attack me on this first round, which means I shouldn't be moving so that I can defend myself. I should be moving so that I can take these guys out. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put the Lancer up. The reason I'm doing this is because they're able to sort of move around the corners a little bit faster. Everybody else needs to make the most of this move up here. So put the commander in a spot that gets them in the action a little bit faster. Again, we'll build on the assumption that they might dedicate some units towards us. But the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reserve the catalog for the Biomancer. Oh, damn it, I thought that was a Huntress. So it's not ideal, but I'm kind of okay with them targeting a melee unit that I'm going to be using to kite the enemy. Okay, so it looks like they are. I mean, the positioning on this one is really tough. I suppose. I mean, this is one of the things that I need to respect a little bit more in terms of setting up my fights. I did not have to have this be so difficult. I put 2 of my units on either side of a river, and it builds the levels with that in mind. I've never seen this before, but it's actually really cool that it does that. It's just remarkably inconvenient for me right now when I'm trying to get some results. Okay, so I would normally want to move a little bit more aggressively, but I don't want to give them free hits. This disease is no joke. This does a lot to hurt my morale, so I'll move people aggressively where I can, but I'm not going to Okay, that's fascinating that I get some Overwatch penalty. Why would you not... Why would you not do it the sane way? Alright. Okay, this is
destroyed.
huge. I think this is the break we needed. You suck. So this is a right target for the for Goop guy. I'm going to do the biochemical maceration because I'm just shy of getting all three. But if I could slow these things down, damn it. All right. Slowing them down is ideal. What I need to make sure is that I'm not in eating range. All right. Well, if I do that, I can't attack. So, do I want to risk it? Devour only takes a single action, so I need to like lock that thing down. I wish I kind of understood how the... Ooh, and it's a kinetic weakness, so that thing's particularly susceptible to being munched on. You know what? Nope. The strategy was to kite. I need to kite. I would have been able to get away with that if the slow worked, but the slow didn't work. So I need to play more cautiously, and that means not giving them opportunities to eat my people. There's a new DLC coming out. By the way, 62. I guess that's probably in your foreign dollars, isn't it? But it'll almost certainly be going on sale when the it'll almost certainly be going on sale when the new DLC comes out. Also, keep in mind there are 3 editions of the game. So there is a like an ultimate edition which comes with the season pass and with all the DLC. If you find this game interesting, you don't need the season pass version. The season pass version is the best value in the sense of what you get at the time you get it all combined, but you are putting faith in the developer that they're gonna deliver what you wanted. Which I think is okay. I think that's a good assumption in the case of Trial, but your mileage may vary. But yeah, I will let you know, Uncle Cranky. Like, not only does this game go on sale, they announced a new DLC for this game, and the usually Paradox stuff gets a pretty healthy discount when it gets a pretty healthy discount when the DLC comes out. But you might want to double check that it's okay. So they did commit. I mean, it's not great, but I can live with my guys taking a little damage. Oh, he's gonna do some hurt on the... Yeah. Well, we knew that was coming, so it's not too bad. But yeah, do just keep an eye on what edition you're looking at, because it might you may be able to get it for less than what you're seeing. Okay, I'm going to start by taking a look at what the yellow attack is. That's a 55% chance to hit. I would rather... I'd rather go in for a 85... 30% increase. I'd say that's the increased expected damage is worth it. Now, unfortunately, I'm not able to send my goons in to do some well, no, we can do it on that one. So basically, anybody who can do damage to this guy will. This is the high priority. I don't think we're going to be able to take it out this turn, but you never know, right? Okay, so it looks like it's yellow across the board, so let's go... It's 55% chance. We'll do it. Probably not worth it. So, like, my view of the... Oh, yeah.
Enemy down.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Oh boy. Those sound like some Canadian prices right there, Uncle Cranky. So I want to do the stagger just to minimize the damage. And then I believe... So I'm going to have 3 units that get hit by the toxin. But the good news is that he's not able to do anything this round. GOG does have it. I don't know if there's anything that affects the multiplayer, because I know that happens a lot with GOG stuff. Alright. I need to make some very careful decisions about how I play this. I do want to take out this... unit. I also want to do as much damage as I can, because I've got all my units clustered up like this. In fact, I am willing to go so far as to say this is the priority target right now. It's not a lot of damage, though. So how badly do I want... You know what? Let's try and clear... Yeah, we're not doing enough. So every time I've gone on a land strike like this, I don't get the second hit because of the Overwatch. So in this case, I'm just going to go for the... I would have preferred to wait so that this unit can get the flank, but I don't actually think that was going to happen. So here, I'm going to hope that the Overwatch doesn't trigger. Okay.
Enemy killed.
So that frees up my... frees up one of my huntresses. Again, the damage will be, in fact, blinding on a unit that does that AoE damage is probably the higher priority. I don't see any point in doing the biochemical maceration because they're in the position that they want. They're going to be raining death on the targets that it wants. So basically we just need to sit, we need to hope we don't use any units. I'm feeling fairly secure in that. The one thing that's worrisome is if it tries to drop bombs in the middle here, this unit might take it in the throat. Actually, the Paragon might as well, but let's see how it goes. Okay, so it went for the flying units instead. So as long as we get the combat done this turn, this unit should survive. So we'll make some breathing room for the rest of my units. Yeah, I mean, especially with the current troubles, I have learned not to not to make any assumptions about the value of certain currencies, because I remember sending some money to someone in the US and being very surprised as to the exchange rate. I mean, I shouldn't be like. New Zealand's probably not in the same boat as Canada here. Canada, obviously, a very large part of its economy is tied to the price of oil. So, you know, when people are expecting a substantial slowdown in economic activity, you're generally not. Generally, you do not associate that with a large demand for fuel, and so
Enemy destroyed.
You know that.
Our forces are victorious.
That is not mysterious, but like it's not like I. It's not like I go out when I'm planning on sending some money to someone in the States and say, oh yes, well because the Canadian dollar is is very tightly connected to the price of oil. Clearly, this is going to cost more than I expect. I'm going to look at that bill and say, what the hell just happened? So. All right, so I think you might have it a little bit worse than we do. All right. I mean, I'm from BC, so tourism's a huge part of BC's economy, but BC is not just tourism. I know I can't possibly compare to New Zealand. All right, 44 for Eldersil. So this is a particularly big thing for me. I'll explain it a little bit later, though, because we got story stuff. Roar. The beast, though sunken to the ground, continues to flex its muscles, angrily glaring in your direction. Matra Mahina, what are you waiting for? Put an end to this abomination. No, I feel sympathy for the creature. It somehow reminds me of what could have become of us Amazons if we had tampered with our DNA any further, like Bahrain does. Mahina, watch out! The beast leaps in your direction, its jaws opened in deadly anticipation, but you swiftly evade its charge, striking it with a punishing blow. Oh, it is time you learn to obey your new master. Today is a good day. Here, this advanced instinct controller will keep your rage in check, and if it doesn't, you will return to face the fury of the Lancer.
Objective completed.
It's mine. We did. Okay, I'm just gonna have a sip of coffee because if I keep it any later, I'm gonna suffer. By the way, I'm really sorry. So Mr. Franz and Bast Worshipper were having a really interesting conversation about XCOM and what was it? XCOM, Might and Magic, Heroes of Might and Magic. Sorry, Master of Magic, Heroes of Might and Magic. I have not played Long War, and I feel like I kind of feel like I didn't do enough, give enough respect to that conversation. Because you are actually describing some of the games I haven't played, but some of the games that you're talking about are some of my all-time favorite games. Like XCOM 2 is amazing. So we will be playing that again on the stream in the future, but I do have a few things that are simmering. Okay, the lesson I'm getting from everyone is that I need to play I do have Master of Magic sitting in my library, and I feel like I should get that DLC that got made. Also, hi T-Driven Dev. I suspect you are not Grey Alien, but it's really funny because I immediately think of Grey Alien, also known as Jake Burkett, when I see that name. I suspect every developer in the UK is basically a machine that turns tea into video games, which is not to imply that you are based in the UK, or even that you are a game developer, because development can mean many things, but I don't know, I'm just making conversation. Actually, the original reason I got Master of Magic was because Julian Gollop used to have a blog, which I really liked reading, and he listed Master of Magic as a particularly, I guess for lack of a better term, important game. But I got really tied up with some other stuff, and I've not yet partaken. All right. So find the source. We must investigate why there is a parasite infesting some planets of wildlife. And we can also investigate the smoke. I suspect both of these things are going to result in combat for us. So these guys definitely need a break. Let's get the time going up. I'm not feeling too comfortable with all these Marauder units running around. Crashed research ship. It's not bad. I think I'm just gonna sit outside and get a little bit of extra healing, though. Now, obviously, I want the Voradon sitting in my main stack, especially if I'm going to be going and claiming that Paragon building. But for now, we'll get it defending the capital. So Advanced Instinct Controller, control a creature's instinctual reactions. The unit gains 200 morale and 2 resistance to status effects. Additionally, the mod grants a shield. Grounding Harness. By grounding itself, this unit gains stagger resistance and 2 arc resistance. This is great, by the way. So one of the ways that... I mean, one nice thing about Devour is it just takes a single action. But getting some stagger resistance, I had a really powerful ability, but I failed to realize that it would actually take up 3 units. And so one of the things that the AI did that was really clever and effective against me was it would always make sure that that unit got staggered at least once. And so it kept me from being able to do the really devastating combos that I had set up. So... It's true you're from Europe and a developer, but neither from UK nor making games. All right. What do you mind if I ask what part of Europe you're from? I ask because I have a particular fondness for the Netherlands, and I happen to know that Triumph Studios is based in the Netherlands, which is not to imply that any other parts of Europe are less of it, but it gives me a chance to talk about the developer of this game, which I like quite a bit. Call to Power. That's the Call to Power was the Activision version of Civilization, right? Wasn't there a, if I'm not mistaken, there was like a dispute about who owned the Civilization name, and Activision seemed to get the upper hand on that for a period of time, and so there's like a series of Civilization games which are sort of off the what you'd you have Alpha Centauri, which I think is a fantastic game. That was actually one of my favorite streams to do. There were some people who were like, oh god, don't you know how terraforming works? Why are you playing wrong? I'm like, just go play the game yourself. That was really a chance where I was able to share a game that I really loved with people, and it seems like... I actually got to see the results. I have never sold more copies of a game than on that particular stream. Now, it was a very inexpensive game, but like that was really the one where I feel like every bit of love I have for that game came through in that stream. But yeah, so I know that was... I actually don't think that was Firaxis' first game. I think there was a Gettysburg game that was that. But yeah, anyways, they kind of went and... I think Sid Meier did Brian Reynolds, designer, Sid Meier, sort of the Lord on high, wound up doing Alpha Centauri, and then I think it was Activision who did that Call to Power one, right? Colonization, Pirates both got relatively recent remakes. Yeah, I actually played the Pirates one on my iPad. I didn't realize that it forced you to retire when you got to a certain age, which was a little off-putting, but it's a really neat game. Not the Netherlands either, but one of the adjacent states in Germany. Ah, I like Germany. Actually, I like lots of Europe stuff, but I had to do some stuff in political economy, and I learned a little bit more about how Germany works, and it was really neat to study. Anyway, sorry. I am babbling on about countries that I don't know and have never visited. Let's figure out what I want to do with my. So when I don't know what I'm doing, like overall, I usually go for infantry commander for the bonuses. But let's just take a minute here and see if there's any abilities that I might find useful. Renewal, again, I usually like using my heroes aggressively, so I don't really do that sort of stuff. Hero trains with its army on the properties of biochemical weapons and how to improve their bodies. Giving biological and cyborg units in the army 2 bio-resistance and 5 max health. Only functions when the hero is the army's commander. Now, the extra health is always welcome, especially because I clearly do not like losing units. Revealing Soul, so... Now, Revealing Soul's not bad for my heroes, because that gives me an excuse to sort of put them up front. Okay, let's do Visual Acuity, Biology Expert, and I think I might actually lock it out with Infantry Commander. That's not going to help the Voradon, but the Voradon is not actually the unit that I want this to be the leader of, so... In fact, while I'm at it, so these guys don't have a leader yet. So I think maybe I take the Shrike out and, well, it's nice to have an aerial unit though. But if I take out the Shrike, then I have, everybody gets that infantry bonus. So once we deal with this round of Marauders, I think I'm going to take Sinra Zahina and send her to Bast Worshippers spent one day in Nijmegen, or however you spell it. That was your only true German experience. You thought what they did with the ruins of I'm not sure where that is. Tajiktum? Again, however you spell it was super cool though. Then you went back to Leyden, which was a pretty cool city. Okay, I need to travel more. Probably not now, though. Now strikes me as a uniquely bad time to fulfill that ambition. I applied for jobs in a couple of places in Europe, but I don't think that'll work. All right, I see their game. So this makes sense. Obviously, they don't want to engage the melee or the militia. I am really uncertain about taking on these Marauders. The thing is that they're either going to take the Arborean Zone or move to the Wildland Woods. Neither of these are really palatable for me, so... Guys, if you can just give me a quick second, I'm going to step away from the computer. It won't be more than 30 seconds. I just need to grab something really quick. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I might be making some very stupid decisions here, so... it's the 20th today, right? So first up... It's Risky Battle. Oh yeah, because they outdo me. Well, there's a reason I saved. Oh yes, depends on where you are in the world. So I did find out if you stagger the Transcendent, you break the link. It's not like I'm going to do that. It's just good to know. Oh, actually, maybe I will. And this applies Soulburn. Alright. There are some interesting possibilities here. So, first things first, I do not want to give them a reason to... Well, okay. I need to get behind some kind of cover. But I don't want to give them sort of free hits on stuff. So we'll maybe run up here. It's not perfect. They're still going to be able to get some shots on me. Now... I'm pretty sure this thing doesn't take advantage of cover. Yeah. I don't want to be in a spot where like I'm just tanking everything that they send at me. I'm going to run up like this. So let's see how this works. Oh, it's timely moment to play Master of Magic. Leyden is in Holland. I know. I thought we were in. I'm gonna guess not. We definitely crossed into Germany. They spoke German, not Dutch, at the Roman site. Oh, so where are you based, Fast Worshipper? I always, for some reason, I always thought you were based in the U.S. But if you don't mind saying, I mean, maybe it's none of my business where people are, but okay. So I can break the connection with Transcendent right away, but I actually want to see how effective this Devour thing. The whole reason I am doing this combat right now is so I can see how effective Devour is, and I'm particularly interested in how it interacts with Transcendent. So, nom nom nom.
Enemy killed.
That's amazing. Okay, gotcha. All right, so I got to think about how I'm going to navigate the arrows, but also the melee attacks. There is a side of me that just wants to drop this the Psy Stones attack. So I mean, like Light Bolt, it's not bad for damage, but I know I'm not gonna get the full value out of it. So the problem is that any move I make, see, it's just 1 point of stagger though. It's really not worth it. Okay, you know what? Ooh, that was a particularly bad blunder. Okay, then what I'm going to do here... I am putting myself in danger of the Transcendent, but I know the Transcendent doesn't really do that much damage, so... Well, so much for that theory. I think I'm going to lose the hero. Oh yeah, I didn't even check to see where the... That's pretty bad. I can't believe
Hero lost.
they got that hit. Okay. Ah, crap. I didn't realize there's a cooldown on that. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure this thing can just tank whatever they throw at them, so... Oh wow, you're really well traveled, Bastwisher. I've been to Australia because of my citizenship, but beyond that, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! What are you doing?
Enemy killed.
I definitely did not mean to attack that, but I suppose that's my only option. So it's possible I'll actually lose this unit, in which case I'll just reset the combat, but... Yeah.
Unit down.
No good.
Our forces have been defeated.
So it's entirely possible that this is not a battle that I should be winning. I definitely should not be getting soundly crushed like that. That's the battle with the "Gimme back my legions" quote, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, by the way, I know it's really disappointing to see like the type of gameplay where it's like I must never lose, but those sorts of blunders, I'm like, this is not really fun to see. I wonder if I'll get the crit on eating this guy again. Ooh.
Operations.
Oh, that's right. I kept this guy in reserve. I might actually change it back to... What the hell is going on? Okay, well, we'll never know because... Oh, hang on. It says insanity. Okay, so that was... That sucked, but... They get a Overwatch because I'm an idiot, but...
Enemy destroyed.
Alright, let's see where this goes. Yeah, we lose the hero.
Hero lost.
I'll play it to the end just because I want to see what this large unit can do. But this is feeling pretty hopeless. Good lord. Okay, so
Enemy
don't let this
down.
thing flank you, though. Alright, that slow and immobilized is a big problem. Not great. It's one of the games that you have wishlisted, and every time it's on sale, it's like, I'd really like to have this, but realistically, I'll never get around to playing it anyway. Do you have any of the other Age of Wonders games, out of curiosity? They're wonderful if you've not played them. But this one really is a cut above, in my opinion. Okay, so the fact that I'm slowed is the real problem here. So I'm going to try and get a little bit of distance. Well, so much for that cover. I'm pretty sure I die this turn.
Unit destroyed.
I also want to know where the hell the... Oh, I guess
Our
if you...
forces have been
I guess you get
defeated.
the unit back if it... Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier in the stream, like I was obviously given a copy for promotional purposes, so I'm probably warmly disposed towards the game anyway. But one of the reasons I don't mind the resetting thing is I think one thing that continues to surprise me quite a bit, like in a good way, is how these combat mods affect things. And I'm like, in one sense, the best way to learn a game is to have the game like clobber you with the abilities. So like in this particular case here, I didn't think to check, and in this case they apply slow. And that's really going to affect the way that I wind up using my Vorderon unit. I'm going to move it where I did last time. So that like that's one example. Also, I want a better idea about the Devour. To instantly kill the unit, but for some reason when it dies to the Huntress, it comes back. I'll have to figure out how that works. So here I'm going to move the Huntress back a little bit. But yeah, so like the mods really add this interesting layer to the customization of the game, and it's one that I don't always get a good grasp on, so it's why I've been reloading a little bit more often so that I can play around with the game and see how it works. Again, I really don't like this style of play that I've fallen into the last couple of streams, where it's basically it's not even that I can't lose a battle, it's like I can't lose a unit. But the one sort of, I guess, saving grace on that is that sometimes I'm clearing up blunders. I mean, sometimes I'm just mad about losing a unit. Like, I can admit that. But sometimes the other thing that comes up is, like, I'll learn about certain combinations or learn about certain abilities. And so sometimes, like, one of the things for me is I recognize that I'm not always able to play this game as often as I would like, especially with the new Stellaris DLC out. And so one of the nice things about going back and retrying all the missions, it's a little bit like XCOM in the sense that I wind up... so I think this is seeded, but I'm just going to try... because if I'm going to be... if I'm going to be retrying, there's no point in redoing the opening moves. I mean, the problem is if I don't actually get the winning Devour. Okay, yeah.
Enemy eliminated.
In this one, I think I'm just going to stand and deliver. So I'm not in cover, which sort of sucks, but yeah, one of the things that, you know, because I can't play this game as often as I want, you know, it's a little bit like XCOM, where you just get your ass kicked enough times that you sort of understand how the game works. And I really get that feeling of Age of Wonders Planetfall as well, except that in this particular case, the mods make all the difference, and you keep unlocking all of these really interesting combos and stuff like that, so... At least you have Shadow Magic and 3, but you haven't taken the time to play them for any. I definitely suggest check out number 3. It's a bit different than this game, so you still individually play cities and whatnot. But it is. I think it's a very worthwhile. Game to try. Okay, now this sort of sucks for my hero, who I'm basically sacrificing, but I'm able to get that shot from behind on the
Hero lost.
On the frenzy units. Now, we were in similar conditions before and we lost, but this one I'm a little bit more confident with.
Enemy
so this is pretty
eliminated.
devastating if you can get an insta-kill with a single unit like that. Now, the problem is that they're... Oh no, they've already used their flash arrow. Well, no, actually, this might be informing me. I think they'll actually get that flash arrow back next turn. Let's see. Yep, that slow is... That slow is bad news. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the panic. Oh, I can panic both. So this is largely about me getting some tempo here. So panic, unit is fleeing and uncontrollable. Now, it's not great, because they're probably going to be able to close the gap faster than me, but it does mean that I get I basically get a turn where I'm not being attacked. Actually, to be honest, that may not have been worth it. We'll see. So I don't think I'm going to be able to reach this unit. Immobilized? Christ. I'm going to put them in a cocoon for a little while. So that's smart for them to get the distance. I mean, the problem is that they might just keep inflicting the slow on me. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that this is gonna play out the same as each time, but here's how I'm gonna fix that. So I'll panic the archer, but then I'll eat the transcendent. I better hope that I get that devour, though.
Enemy destroyed.
Nice. So the problem here now is actually chasing this thing down, because if it can slow me, it's going to be really hard. Nice. I better make this count. No, I'm still. Looks like I'm still slowed. One turn. I would normally not go for the defense, but I kind of need it here, so... Okay, looks like they want to maximize their damage. That's good, because I'm going to be able to come in and deliver some heavy, heavy damage. Nope, I'm immobilized. Wow. So basically they just get free hits forever on me because I'm able to be... I'm able to be slowed and immobilized forever. So I'm going to be able to get the... I'm going to be able to get the turn, but now I have to chase them down, and we're going to repeat this all over again. I actually don't think there's any way for me to beat this Amazon in that case, because it's just going to wind up repeating this this cycle. So they're pretty confident they can kill me. Jesus.
Enemy eliminated. Victory is ours.
So, I mean, again, is it necessarily fun to watch a streamer do the same fight over and over again? Not really. But was that educational? Absolutely. Now I have another tech. So I never thought that slow would be able to immobilize a unit. That is a huge benefit. And one that I plan on taking advantage of fairly quickly. All right, let's... I'm going to take care of this objective first. This is partly so I can get some heals, and then I can go to the epigenic simulation labs, but... Let you sit. And I suppose we're kind of forced to deal with the Marauders here, so... I'll see what the auto combat gives me. Alright, we didn't lose anybody, so...
Happiness event in colony.
Okay, extra production's welcome. If you don't mind, System Doc, my host in the European lowlands wrote a fantastic tale of your adventures at the Heaven game site where you used to moderate and you still XO or something. Yeah, please, go ahead and post the link.
Ponder the candle's flame. As it warms you, look at the bruises you have acquired from a lifetime stumbling in darkness. This is your decision. Would you remain in darkness? Sister Reeb Kacher, Cleansing Invitation.
All right, this reminds me now. I was gonna try and find some ways to inflict soul burn because it seems like it's a really good ability that I don't understand very well. So we've got Tenets of Tranquility. So this unit is immune to all negative morale effects and gains 1 level of stagger resistance. This unit is now considered enlightened. So effectively, I want to be adding Tenets of Tranquility to everyone. Cleanse. Target unit is dispelled of negative status effects and healed for 10. This heals an additional 5 for each enlightened unit in battle. It caps at 4 units. Okay, so if we do Penance, each time this unit is damaged by another unit, the attacker has an 8 strength chance to become Soulburn. The attacker also gains Remorse, a stacking debuff that applies 100 negative morale for 3 turns. This unit is now considered enlightened, so I'm pretty sure we got Light's Embrace so that we could get Shield of Remorse. I also, at some point, would like Luminance, because we'll be able to get the Lightbringer unit back. But I think the idea here is I want to put Penance on at least my archers so that it becomes a huge disincentive. This is a really interesting thing, right? Because I have money problems. I actually want to put the... this unit can inflict soul burn if attacked ability on my archers, so that my archers are no longer as attractive as a target. If I put that on everyone, then the consequence will be that the archers are as attractive to hit. Now, I mean, again, I probably at some point I want to mod all my units, but that gives you an idea just in terms of how I can roll that particular upgrade out at a better like a sensible pace. I think the commas are what does that in. So for those of you who would like to read Bast Worshipper's link, just be sure to copy the comma 9303 comma 200 comma all to get the full hyperlink. I don't think there's any markdown for Twitch chat, unfortunately, Bast Worshippers. So I think that's the best you can do. Tell people what to do. All right. C64. Do I have to play the other 63 Cs before I can understand that? Marauders are trembling in fear and are trying to flee the battle. What do you allow them to do? Allow them to retreat. All right. You find an intact item, the Tyrant Gauntlet, inside the Analytics and Diagnostics Chamber. We could keep the item, or we could activate the diagnostic protocols in order to study it, destroying the item in the process. So this seems pretty cool, except for the fact that all of my leaders are ranged. Well, okay, so it says it has a laser arm cannon, so... massive, powerful melee attack, massive impact, stagger units, including stagger-resistant units, reducing action points and cancelling all defensive modes. Bypasses all shields, that's true for all melee weapons. Charge, 20% damage if this unit moves at least 3 hexes. And only affects ground targets. So the thing is, I know at some point there's going to be a unit that I'll get that will benefit from that. But the fact of the matter is that the science that I need right now is what's going to unlock my ability to exploit this sector. And we're 1 turn away from Aldrassil being able to work with this. So disassemble the item and gain 70. So we've got our food development.
Food is a governing tool. Just as fuel is essential to power a machine, food is the ruling principle of happy, strong, and productive colonists. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
Okay, so I don't like the idea that it's going to take me 11 turns, but waiting 5 turns before it takes me 11 turns is not going to make it come any faster. So we are going to do environmental conditioning. I need to make sure that I save up, I think, 200 energy to be able to get rid of this hazard. And I also need to make sure that I have a unit in the area to be able to make the most of it. So I do want to do this autonom mission, so we'll run that ahead. I think I'm going to divide my attention. So I'm going to take the leader and move them to that group. Actually, I should be focusing not on where the group is, but where they will be. And then I want to add this to the primary stack. I'm going to make sure both are on the right side of the river here. Crucia of Oran. Sisters, please help. I'm stuck in my ship, and these Kirko will cut me to ribbons. You see a crashed Amazon warship surrounded by an angry swarm of winged Kirko. Quickly, sisters, form a hunting party. We must intervene before those insects reach her.
Objective completed.
Several airborne Kirko have been hunting the Amazon who is calling for help. You should assist in dealing with them. Now, this is not ideal. The good news is that I'm not going to need the monster for this. So we got 4 flying units. The Swiftbeak, the Paragon Guard. Actually, we're pretty well suited for... I wonder if I do auto combat, that's probably going to lose the Shrike. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Thank you for your help, Matriarch. Without you and your warriors, I would not have survived this encounter. I owe you my life and offer you my services. You're a Mahina Wateka, are you not? I am, though my training as Matriarch is not yet completed. You should address me as Matron. We are here to hunt down Berain and bring her to justice. Do you know of her? Yes, Matron, I do. I was on her first research team. We were trying to find uses for the Xenoplague. You served Berain. Then how can I trust you? Give me a good reason why I should not just abandon you to your fate here. I am no longer loyal to Berain. Her methods were far too radical, and I turned away from her leadership. I am a capable warrior. I know much about Berain, and I can help you understand the Xenoplague. I put myself at your mercy, Matron. We will accept her into the ranks. I suppose. See, these are the kinds of decisions people tend to like food. Captain Obvious, Space Future, Colorized. I'm a little weirded out by choices like that. I mean, it may turn out that there's some you should have left me back at the whatever. But those kinds of like the I'm a good warrior. Like, so there's you used to be affiliated with this negative group that I'm hunting. It's like, no, I don't like this negative group. This is why I was on my own. I don't really have a lot of information to decide whether or not to bring them along. And the problem is that I'm not 100%, like, it doesn't seem to me obvious why I would not bring them in. It's like, if in the context of a game, the choice is, do you want to get something or do you not want to get something? I don't know. I don't quite see how this character would be, will accept none of your lot or anything like that. So to me, it's really weird when I'm given options like that because I don't really see them as options. But then this game has given me a number of options that I can do that are, like it sort of indicates that there will be consequences later on in the playthrough. I'm assuming the levels that have sort of like mysteries behind, like that are grayed out. I'm assuming that that's where some of these decisions wind up having I'm assuming that, like, that decision is sort of registered and will where it'll have like a consequence. Just if you can give me one quick second here, I just gotta. Sorry, I don't know why I got a work email at effectively 11 o'clock, but this is the world we live in now, so. I also completely forgot. Oh, yeah. So, again, I'm assuming that there's something that's been registered and there will be consequences for the decision later, But I'll be honest with you, like, my reaction as a player is going to be one of two things. If it turns out, haha, you were far too trusting, you know, weren't you stupid for doing that thing? I'm like, well, what was I supposed to do? You know, I'm not able to look into the soul of the person I'm speaking to see if they're all right. But I mean, obviously the game gave me a decision for a reason, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go, hey, you know, I want to you know, because I'm playing a game, and like I don't want to do sort of the second and third order reasoning for the, you know, to think what the developers are going to try and beat me with for making this decision. Anyways, I'm taking too much time on this. T. Divendrift says, wait, Matron, Matriarch, Xenoplague / Phage? Those remind me of an entirely different game. I have no idea what you're talking about. All right. I suppose I don't have a choice but to accept this risk. We do not have the luxury of ignoring any information on this plague. You may join us for now. I'm happy to be allowed to redeem myself. I will not let you down. As a first step, there is a research facility we should visit. It was the location of most of Bahrain's experimentation with the plague. We had to find a new location after some of the experiments overran the place.
Objective completed.
Right. If you were to find out more about the Xenoplague, then you have to search one of its research laboratories. And we get Cosmite for our trouble. So, I'm at a point where I want to start developing another, kind of like another unit. But the challenge is that I don't really have the income to sustain it. So, let's think. This is kind of my air... Well, I mean, this is in reality the unit of Misfit Toys. So maybe what I do here, split this out for now. So I'm not crazy about taking the Biomancer out of this stack, but seeing as we're going to be getting the monster, and this unit. So I suppose I don't really like any of these options here, but I think I'll take one of the Lancers and I will spin them off into maybe I take one of the Shrikes out and I add the Lancer instead. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slowly transform this. I'm going to slowly transform this into one of my more template kind of armies. I think I can start moving them right now. All right, Aldrasil. Yes, food sector upgrade first. At some point, I do need to start doing the military centers, because we're the training centers, because clearly we're going to be getting to a point where I'm able to gain the exploration site. But I don't think that's a decision for this turn. Yeah, no, I know. I know you're referring to Mass Effect.
Incoming communication.
Although the right, no, sorry, I was thinking of a different. The Xenophage is the Krogan. I am remembering that right? The Krogan. At least that's what I thought when I saw what you wrote that. Am I going crazy? No, it has to be. Okay, yeah, good. Sorry, I'm starting to... I immediately say, it's like, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. And then there I have this moment of absolute dread where I'm like, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, hello Mahina Wateka, it's good to hear from you again. Now, there is some proud and respectable commander worthy of praise. I'm going to take some lessons from your leadership style to sharpen my own program. Thanks for inspiration. Oh, wow, I'm really taking my time on this. So we should be able to get the non-aggression pact next turn. Now, I might have to dip into my reserves here to upgrade the food stocks, but... I thought it was because everybody was just jealous of the reason they were called quads. Okay, so sadly we have some nasty marauders to deal with. Also, I don't know why I took 2 lancers. I only wanted 1. So let's just head this off. I should be dealing with wherever these things are coming from. I'll do an auto combat, but I suspect I'm going to lose a unit doing that. Nope, I can shut up. So the reason why I don't mind doing auto combat for this stuff, right? This is a little contradictory to my whole idea of, you know, learning because the game has clobbered you. The thing is that there's not a lot for me to learn against this stack of enemies, right? We already know about the beetle babies that come back. We already know about the Hopperhound Blade mod and the Manhunters. With the, I mean, I'm assuming because of the icons that they're the same mods that we were working with. So while I think there's an advantage to me actually going in and doing that combat because I think I would actually walk away with less damage to my units, I've already had to deal with a much tougher fight with a very similar setup, and we came out ahead. Now, put that in contrast to say, you know, I have 2 units which now need to go up against the I'm just gonna grab the loot here. Imperial production stash. You find a transport containing a salvageable production stash. Unfortunately, the stash's systems are destroyed and provide no data on its origin, destination, or the event that led to its destruction. So saying is like, okay, I need to, you know, the Vorderon versus single Huntress, who wins? The education I got from seeing how devastating slow is against an enemy like this was worth the pain. So that's kind of how I think about that stuff. Now, I believe I can only take 1 unit to go into something like the Fissure Rift. In practice, I'm only going to do that once the geothermal instability is away. I don't think I can afford to have... I don't think I can afford to have the flame damage, especially having removed the Biomancer. So in this case here, this is going to be a little bit more about me. I got to make the most of this unit in between. Maybe we'll just clear out some of these other spots. I also want a quick second to see we're at 7 happiness too. So maybe I don't expand out to this sector yet. Maybe I wait. All right, as for the rest of it, I want to go after the autonom enemies, so let's move in there. We still have 6 turns, so we should be okay. I really hate leaving this sort of stuff hanging, but given that it's going to take so long for environmental conditioning, I think it's the right call. I'm not entirely convinced that it's going to take us the full number of turns to... I'll see how long it takes for growth, but I'm not entirely convinced we'll have a sector ready to go within 10 turns. Well, actually, here's a more important point. I said 1, 2, 3. There's sector number 4. It's a hell of a lot easier than dealing with that nightmare. In the interest of giving them something to do, I think I'm going to bring them into the next most likely combat. This is a 653 versus a 596, so this is actually a little more evenly matched than I would want it to be. So I think I'm going to wait for my main stack to come along. It'll give the Shrike a chance to heal up. So my home sector. I suppose I know that I'm not going to be getting rid of the... the hazard anytime soon. So let's think about expansion. So I wasn't originally going to put a colonizer out here, but it turns out... So, like, the original thing I was interested in doing was maybe something in the middle here, so I could take advantage of the industry, the energy, and the other industry over here. I don't really need the extra food, but I do need the cosmite. And I know we're going to be exploring there, so I know I'm going to need the colonizer, so we'll run that right now. This is going to devastate my economy, but there's only one turn of that. I will also just double check that I don't have anything else I can do. Yeah, immediately after that, we're just going to be doing more energy. So it's not my favorite choice to make, but it's what I get for focusing on growth so much. All right. I'm going to do the bioengineered food plantation first, and then I think I am going to do energy exploitation in the inhibit zone. There might be an argument, it's like, maybe I should focus on something like food here, just so I can get the maximum benefit. I don't actually buy that argument for myself. I figure I need energy. I might as well take it, right? Okay. Hopefully this is the full stack moving this time. Looks like it is. Now I'm curious if that's because I don't have the mobility or not. So if I move you out... Okay, we can't actually stack everyone up yet, but we're in decent shape. I suppose I wanted to add this Lancer to the... Well, maybe I'll add them to this group just so that they can get the experience. But this Lancer's eventually heading to this stack. They're going to replace the Paragon Guard. Yeah, T-driven dev. So the way that I tend to look the way I tend to look at the way this is set up, it's not exactly like Endless Legend, because Endless Legend, you still, the way that it works is that you make what is fundamentally the same choice as in Civilization, which is, you choose Hex A over Hex B because it gives you adjacency. There's certain benefits for being adjacent to certain tiles. And of course, Endless Legend adds to that by saying that instead of building another colony, or settlement or city, you expand out your city districts. The way that Age of Wonders, the way I like to think about this is that Age of Wonders is a much more combat focused than either Endless Legend or Civilization. And of course, Endless Legend certainly doesn't there's plenty of depth in its combat. That's not intended to knock one approach or another. But what I think is really neat about Age of Wonders' approach is that Age of Wonders 3, I think that was the one you said you had, you still wind up making that decision of saying, I'm going to put the colony in Hex A instead of Hex B because you'll get access to certain resources. That's completely removed in this game here. You build in a sector, and that sector gives you a fixed set of resources. In fact, they've even simplified it further in I think it was the Tyrannosaurus update was the most recent one to come through. Now that doesn't mean that there isn't any depth to it, because you'll remember from any 4X game you've got the population management and whatnot, and clearly, but I mean, instead of basically, what I think is interesting about this, instead of giving you a lot of these decisions saying it's like, okay, well, I got to build a library, then I got to build an X and a Y and a Z. You're a lot more focused on what territories do you want to annex. You know that you'll get 4. You try and build yourself out that way. And what I think is kind of neat is that in order to gain some of the greatest benefits, you actually need to risk your armies. So this is where you start investigating, in Age of Wonders 3, it might be like a tomb or something like that, whereas here it's the barracks of this faction known as the Paragon. So I think what's neat about this one is that it creates a much more streamlined process for a game which clearly has combat as a very heavy focus, but it doesn't like. A really common complaint, which I think is unfair about a lot of games, is people saying that, oh, they dumbed X down. And I don't really think this is dumbed down. I think what they've done is they've thought about exactly what people are trying to achieve in games like this, and they've made some specific decisions about where they want people's attention to be focused. Another great example here is about their technological tree, right? Because just about every single 4X game, you're faced with sort of this guns and butter decision. Do you want to invest very heavily in research, which normally is a very viable strategy in these games because you just get bigger guns to blow people up with? And you just need to make sure that you hang on long enough that you don't get taken over and people don't essentially turn you into a vassal that does the research for them. In this game, you have a military track and a society track, and you still need to make some decisions. So I'm saying, okay, clearly I have decided that biochemical gives me enough interesting things that I've gone fairly, I've gone 2 tiers down there, whereas heavy laser applications, I have to start at tier 2, but I haven't moved to photon acceleration or anything like that. I said Celestian is interesting enough for me that I want to pursue penance and whatnot. So you still have these meaningful choices, and likewise in society, right? I can't get production, energy, food, and research all at once. I've completely ignored my covert abilities, probably to my detriment. But in this case here, you're not making the overt choices between developing military tech at the expense of things that will make your cities more productive. Yeah, I think it's a very good system. I think it's very easy to I think the best I could say is that Age of Wonders Planetfall is full of very pleasant surprises. I was kind of like, Age of Wonders 3 is a great game. How much more can they really improve it? Isn't this just Age of Wonders 3 with a whole bunch of science fiction skins? Absolutely not. It is very much its own game. It's probably my favorite Age of Wonders game, but that might also... I think my favorite Age of Wonders game is also very likely to be the one that I'm currently playing. But Age of Wonders Planetfall is definitely not just Age of Wonders 3 with some science fiction skins. They've got really original species and factions and whatnot, and they've got a whole new set of systems and whatnot. But on top of that, as someone who loves 4X games, every time a new Civilization game comes out, I basically do an all-nighter with it. Not by choice, but it's the one more turn factor, right? There's a side of me where it's no, you can't do it. You have to have one tech tree, and you have to have, you have to pick what hex you build your system on. It's but again, when you see changes it's like when Mario vs. Rabbids came out. All of a sudden, we learned that not every XCOM-like game has to follow the exact same rules. There's a whole other set of things that you can do that are very different. And then, of course, Phoenix Point came out and reminded us of a lot of mechanics that were taken away in the XCOM, the Firaxis XCOM, that are still perfectly viable in another set of hands. So I always like it when games do stuff like this, because until you actually play it, you don't know that you miss it, or you don't know that you need it, and then when you actually encounter it, you realize what a great touch it is. Yeah, I'm the exact same T-driven Jev, and I really feel like a lot of the decisions that this game makes in terms of the types of units that I build and the type of excuse me, I really need to drink more water. I think a lot of the changes that these things make are definitely geared towards me not playing these types of games the way that I normally do. Normally, these games, I do a lot of production, I do a lot of science, and I more or less ignore my military. And every time I have done that, the game has taken a very long time to go through, and I've wound up in some really tough situations. Now, it's very hard for me to divest myself of that style, which you'll see, if you ever watch any of the previous videos, you'll see that I still like building up. I like building up my bases and having all that fun. But it's I suffer for doing that. I'm going to see if I can get away with another auto combat without losing something. Hooray! Production resources move to Ovenwill. What should we build with them? I guess I have to. I would kind of rather not have to get... This I actually feel is a... This is not great, right? This is basically forcing me to build something that will take up 4 energy a turn at a time that I really can't afford that. Now, the fact of the matter is, I usually wind up building this stuff anyway, so I'm not going to get too mad about it. But I feel like this should not be forced on me. I suppose in the end, I can demolish it, but if I dismantle it, I believe I don't get to... I believe I don't get to do the generate energy. So, anyways. I was eventually going to get rid of the Crimson Fissure Rift, but I need to incorporate... Yeah, I actually don't have as much for my ruler to do here. Okay, let's think about some quests that I want to fulfill. All right, I would have gone up here, but clearly the Epigenics stimulation labs are closer, so we'll turn right back around. That's going to make it inconvenient to get the Lancer where I want it, but that's life, I guess.
Sector annexed.
A few things you'd like to see are a research tree where making some choices excludes others and the system, like in Master of Magic, where as units with multiple individuals lose individuals in it, does commensurably less damage. That's interesting. I can definitely see that, like, it's... I suppose to a certain extent, like, the way that occurs in Age of Wonders Planetfall is the initial decision about your secret technology, that going down the Xenoplague path necessarily precludes you from Void Tech, let's say. But I think that's quite different from what you're talking about, which is to say, you're in the middle of combat, you're making you're making specific choices about what you want to achieve on this map. And rather than have those be, how do I put it? Rather than have them be, like, so basically all the players are making these decisions all at the same time based on the circumstances they find themselves in, rather than, I'm going to play the orcs this time, and I'm going to be, or in the case of Age of Wonders 3, I'm going to be an orc cleric or an orc warlord or something like that. That's kind of it's a neat idea. It's a tricky one because, like, I think most people's conception about how technology works is that, someone develops the, oh my god, that's a really cool thing, why can't we have a really cool thing? And people try and catch up. But just because, this is what we were talking about, just because other games have always done that, or just because people think that that's the only way it can be done, doesn't mean that it has to be that. Interesting. I'm going to have to think about that and what that might do. Endless Space 2 has mutually exclusive choices in the tech tree, although a handful quite... Okay, so I've played Endless Space 2, but I've not really played a session to the end, which is a shame because I loved the original Endless Space. So I was really surprised to hear you say that, but if it's in the late game, then I know why I didn't see it. I have a feeling I say this every time. I have a feeling I'll wind up losing units on this side just because the AI is probably not going to know to preserve them, but let's see how it works. Yeah, not accepting that. Let's do... And, the other thing is, I haven't actually gone up against the Autonom as the Amazon yet. These guys should be kind of tough for me to deal with. Earlier you said the other Age of Wonders games were good. Does that include Age of Wonders 3? Yes, and normally it's on for a healthy discount. If you could just give me a second here, Uncle Cranky, I want to see if it's on sale in Paradox Plaza. Because Paradox Plaza usually has it for the lowest. I will caution you, it's a bit different from this game. So you're going to be deciding where you want to put your bases and whatnot. If you like this approach, like, So the one thing I haven't shown you here is exactly how the hero customization works. It's quite deep. And so this one I've got... no, it's not on Paradox Plaza. That's a shame. Well, it's on Paradox Plaza, it's just not on sale. So the faction I'm playing is the Amazon. So you could consider that my race. The secret tech I have is called Celestian. In Age of Wonders, you play your traditional fantasy race, so elf, orc, goblin, that sort of stuff. And you also pick your class, so you could be like a cleric or I don't know why I always default to cleric, but so that leads to some really interesting combinations. And essentially what happens in Age of Wonders is rather than researching secret techs that I would, I'll be using special operations. Basically, it becomes magic that you can cast during battles, and you have magic that can be cast on the strategic layer as well as magic that can be cast on the lower layer. So, like, if you wanted to, I don't know, recreate the Book of Exodus or something like that, right? What basically, you cast the Plague of Locusts spell on the enemy city, and the happiness goes down, and that's how you free the slaves. That's a pretty silly example, but I think you kind of get the idea of what I'm getting at with that. So for me, it definitely leads to some really interesting choices to make inside the game, and ones that aren't necessarily appropriate. Like, so, a comparison to that would be doing like a special operation in Civilization, or if you fire, a nuke at someone, you sort of achieve similar effects to that. Whereas in Age of Wonders, it's all about the stuff that you read in your favorite fantasy book. Oh, that's really interesting, Bastard. I know Master of Orion is like a hugely influential game on a lot of stuff like this, but I've sadly never played them. That's not true. I played the remake. That was like the first thing that GOG ever gave me, but I got a couple of rounds, and I just moved to where I live right now, and I really only got to do a couple of sessions of it, but from what I understand, people didn't really think it lived up to the promise. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, give it a shot. I'll put it to you this way. Like, it is completely unfair to say, if you've tried Age of Wonders 3, you know what Planetfall is like. But I could put it to you this way. If you try Age of Wonders 3 and you like it, you will almost certainly like Planetfall. If you play Age of Wonders 3 and you don't like it, you will probably be able to discern between whether or not it is because you just don't like that style of game, or because there was something particular about the implementation of Age of Wonders 3 that didn't work for you. Anyways, be careful, boys. There was a time when the Paragon had the best equipment money could buy. Don't assume that just because the Paragon are technically insane that their weapons won't kill you just as dead as they could have when they were sane. That assault vehicle, the Imperial Buggy, is still a deadly one. It can deliver a punishing laser burst. It also has a mounted laser gun repeater. Proceed with caution. If we're lucky, we'll convince them to sell their weapons to us, and we'll have their power with us. Captain Adira Alethra, RV4456M, Encounters. So, mounted laser repeater, it's repeating. Charred, I don't know what that does, also blinds. Laser burst takes up the full action. It does a ridiculous amount of damage, and it destroys... Okay, so this thing is basically designed to kill Amazon. Shield breaker module. Okay, so that's why... Okay, good. I was like, wow, that's a really powerful weapon. How do I get one of those? And flash module. Okay, so now I know why. Yeah, so that Imperial Buggy is public enemy number 1, and I don't have anything that's really good to destroy it. It's got psionic resistance, it's got stagger resistance, it doesn't have any weaknesses. And I don't have a Biomancer to... Oh, yes I do. So maybe we'll scan it. It's like can move anywhere and kill anything, so... My only real answer to that is to get into cover, I think. Oh, this guy can... Alright, I'll take my lumps. The problem is this guy's going to shoot a rocket in the middle there. I forgot that they can do that. I want to make sure that this Shrike is just out of range. I want to be able to bring them into the fight, but seeing as I can't bring them into the fight right away... Well, I can bring them into the fight right away, but in a way that compromises them. So... I don't feel great about doing this, but I actually kind of want to put this unit a little bit more front and center. This is just so I can get some chip damage on the Overlord. The thing is that the hero can come back, so if I lose it in the fight, it's not as devastating. I will add the Huntress in the back here. What I'm hoping is she'll peek out. Either one, they'll fire the rocket here instead. This unit is a little bit more capable of defending themselves. Alternatively, this unit can sort of, after the damage gets done to my hero, I can sort of peek out and make them pay for the insult. Now, am I able to... No, I'm not. Oh, yes I am. So this is a big risk for my Biomancer. But we already know who my number one enemy is. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not entirely convinced that that is a change brought on specifically because of the move to science fiction. I just think that, you know, they've worked with the franchise for a while, and that seemed to be an appropriate choice. But I mean, I'm sure Triumph can explain exactly what their intentions were in making this thing, right? It's probably better for me not to speculate, but you know, Planetfall's the game where these changes got made, and I'm really happy that they were. So one thing I want to try and do is get the Biomancer in the same place as the Lancer. One weird way I might be able to do that is just get them to charge in on these units and get the Biomancer to run in and do a heal, but it's a little optimistic to think that they'll still be around. Alright. This is simultaneously very cautious and very reckless, but I don't think this is an attractive enough target for them to focus a unit on. We'll find out. Interesting. That is not the thing I would have wanted to go after. Huh. I think it is very safe to say I did not think that they would be doing any of the moves that they just did. So like I said, this is public enemy number one. My big worry is that I potentially set myself up for a really hard hit. In reply.
Enemy
so,
annihilated.
This is all well and good, but now this guy gets to turn around and clobber my my Lancer. Okay, there are really no good options here, so I'm just going to move her up. Now, she's open to a flank, as is my Lancer, by the way. But I have some ways around that. Chief among them, force this guy into melee. So now the only flank. So either this guy risks the response from this Lancer, or they don't target. They don't target the... Sorry, this is called a Justicar, not a over... whatever I called it. So I'm not out of the woods, but basically there's a cost to flanking this unit. This one can also flank, but I don't think the damage is as bad. Now I'm debating about whether or not I want to The body-originating mass blast hits all adjacent units, dealing explosive damage, ideal for when you don't have time to face everybody. High impact, blind, demolisher. A face is the forcibly applied contact explosive. It is a highly efficient method of crowd control. And it bypasses all shields, which sucks. So I do need to figure out what I'm doing with this thing. I don't actually have a good answer for that yet. But the sad reality is that I don't have a lot of units that are actually in a position to deal with it. So maybe what I should have done was seen if I could actually take out the Justicar. Okay, I don't like that I'm leaving this ranged unit out on its own, but oh. Yeah, we don't do a lot there. I need to remember that it's all bio, like none of this actually does anything to them. Okay, time to bring the... Oof. That's what I got for being too cautious with my units. Okay, fortunately I'm able to do something with this guy. Ooh. I wasn't expecting a crit, but that's good news. Okay, so it pains me to do this because... Oh no, that's right. Because of the stagger, he doesn't get Overwatch anymore, so... now he's going to hit back, and he'll hit pretty hard. But I'm feeling a little bit better about our position right now. I don't think there's too many surprises they can pull out. Like I said, it hurts. Okay, so again, they didn't take the flanking shot, which I didn't 100% understand. Maybe it just has noticed the number of times I've like reset the mission. I don't believe this thing can be flanked if I'm not mistaken. All-around awareness, yes, okay. So there's no advantage to this unit attacking the... Okay, so as before, there's nothing that... So I would love to take the Wild Harrier. I'd love to send it after the Monitor, but that's not practical right now. So if I can get rid of the... If I can get rid of the Golem, that frees up my other units. So one of the things I want to be focusing on right now is any melee-only units should be focusing on the Justicar. Anybody with range capabilities needs to be focusing on the Monitor. First up, my Biomancer. Where did I put you? Oh, right there. We don't have catalog for a while. So again, I'm assuming that the Justicar is going to be taken care of by something else. Let's try the Swiftbeak. Oh, the Swiftbeak got staggered, so it's not able to deal with it. Just as well,
Enemy
I didn't save it for the end. Okay, so now everybody can focus on the real enemy. So if I give up one, it's 55. Yeah, let's do it. If it misses, I'll feel like an idiot, but...
Enemy down.
There we go. Better than what the AI did.
Victory is
Obviously,
ours.
I didn't read all of the unit mods. That was at my own peril. Actually, that's not true. I took a look at the truck.
Objective completed.
These Autonom will think twice before they send out their agents to cut back our growth. All thanks to you, Mahino Wateka. You have our regards. Alright, let's think about... Okay, we've got penance.
Repentance is not punishment. It is celebration. It is a path to becoming trustworthy. Wiser powers do not share their secrets with those whom they cannot trust. Luz Amelis, guardian of gravity.
So at some point I want to put Shield of Remorse on all of my Huntresses. The question is, do I have the energy credits for it now? And the easy answer to that is no. The fact of the matter is that I do want to get that other energy sector, and it's also because it will make my units more powerful, right? I get that extra shield once I get that Paragon Barracks. So I want to make sure that I'm able to remove the hazard in 5 turns, and that's going to mean that I need to dedicate these energy resources towards that goal. So in this case, and then there's Spirit Flash, which again, it's a tactical operation. I can't actually run it right now. So we'll select new research. Now, here's the real question. Do I want to continue down the Celestian path? Luminance is kind of nice because of the Inferno Fists and the Lightbringer. Inner Fire gives me a bunch of covert operations. Okay, covert and strategic operations. I think it's time that yes, I really want this unit. No, I'm not sure this is what I should be spending my time on right now. So, Forest Genesis, transform target sector into a forest. I think I'm going to wait until I get... this looks like a really good ability, but I know this is going to cost me energy and strategic points, and I don't get enough of the benefit from forests right now. So I'm going to wait on that for now. Aquatica Commune. So again, this would be nice. I can definitely see benefits to having naval units, but building units means spending energy and having higher upkeep, so I don't really want that right now. Harrier Commune, I mean, being able to have Harriers with laser beams, be able to build those. Not bad. 15 turns is a bit much, so let's take a look at what bonuses we can get. So Primal Control gains detection, can no longer be flanked, bonus sensor range, 10% harder to hit, additional shields. Advanced Instinct Controller, this is the thing that we have on the animals, so control a creature's instinctual reactions, unit gains 200 morale, 2 resistance to status effects, additional shields. Primal Override, attempt to mind control a non-mindless or non-mechanical tier 1 or tier 2 animal unit with 8 bio-strength chance. If the target is under the effect of entangle or sleep, the strength of the chance increases to 12. If mind controlled this way, the unit permanently comes under your control and will be implanted after battle to make it stronger. If resisted, apply insanity instead. So that answers your question before, Bast Worshipper. It is Primal Override, which seems like a uniquely strong tactical operation. Unfortunately, I only have 2 points. So finally we have Volatile Afflictions. So as far as offensive mods, attacks from biochemical weapons now deal arc damage and have a 12 strength chance to apply Electrified to non-ethereal units for 3 turns. 1 infusion can be active at a time. Additionally, this mod grants the unit 10% increased damage on all abilities. Alternatively, Corrosive Detonator, target area and a 1 hex radius is hit by a corrosive detonation. So, this is not bad. I just don't really think I need the energy attacks right now, and I am picking between some other alternatives. So I can wait 3 turns and get something that will help me down the road, or I can wait the 8 turns and get something. I'm kind of inclined towards Primal Control, even though I can't use Primal Override right now. I think these mods are helpful enough, and I can see myself using them in the near enough future to justify this choice. So Luminance is not bad, but it's a harder one for me to justify at the moment. Oh boy. A strangely likable traveling man of diminutive stature told us that you could invent a technology to create a pest repellent device. He said that most creatures do not like ultrasonic sounds. We want this device to protect our mother nodes. Please provide them. Well, I mean, it'll be nice to get the Vine Bud, but these things always seem to come up right around the time that I'm getting something, and I'll bet you that this is going to be social research. Yep. So it's now 9 turns before I'm going to be able to get the Crimson Fissure Rift. Unfortunately, though, I do need the time to grow, so it's not as bad as all that. Just a little frustrating. Okay, so we were going to replace this Paragon with a Lancer, so I think it's time that I made that formal. We're not going to be getting any more experience for either of those. There's a side of me that thinks I could go and clear these guys out. They're sitting on... Yeah, it looks like they're sitting on loot. Gives me something to do. Yeah, actually, you know what? That gives me a chance to incorporate the Lancer, so maybe we'll turn our attention to this to this spot. This guy. This is not a bad little spot. I mean, again, it's a lot of food, which is not something that I think is the most important thing for me to be focusing on in the long run. But it doesn't hurt to have a couple of bread baskets that are helping the other colonies. How you doing, Otters Hold Hands? All right. What else did I want these guys clearing out? I think that's generating. Yes, that's spawning stuff. So that is 1,000. That's pretty powerful. We should probably be dealing with that spawner sooner rather than later. You got pizza? You're happy. That sounds like a good reason to be happy. I should let you know I'll probably be wrapping up on this turn. I'm already a half hour past where I was going to be.
Happiness event in colony.
Going. That is very welcome. That just gave me a ton of options. I probably shouldn't squander this. Oh yeah, actually... okay, so there's a side of me that wants to do the bioengineered food plantation. It's going to take me 2 turns to make that, and then I'm going to get my 16 and I don't care about growth anymore. So instead, I'm going to do the agricultural export center. What interests me here is, well, I guess I'll put it here. Okay, so it looks like I have to do, well, that's fine. I mean, or no, actually... Wildland Woods, where is that? That is a food sector. Alright. Fair enough. I wasn't going to do it this way, but this will still give me some decent growth and upkeep. Hello, the Eyes of Sin! Okay, I guess I need to do another hour now. I am playing the Amazon. Actually, I think you saw me play the Amazon before. Alright, so this Paragon is going to move out. We'll maybe keep them in range for the fight. Again, just a little free experience never hurt anyone. I wonder if it will count the commanders as commanders. So what happens if I auto? Yeah, hell no. Do you mind if I ask, did you get any progress on the audio stuff at all, or? Sorry if, oh. Actually, let me just take a quick minute. I said I was going to do some shout-outs, and then I failed to do so. So we got Uncle Cranky, who's in chat, and we've got the Eyes of Sin. So Uncle Cranky, who I think normally you start streaming around this time. Uncle Cranky is an Australian who's now living in New Zealand and does a lot... I say he does a lot of retro games, but in reality he's been doing a lot of Dark Souls recently. But I've seen him play everything from Mega Man to Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 3 to a whole bunch of other stuff. He's also a moderator for Outworld, which is sort of how I know him. He's definitely a very friendly guy and somebody who I'm always happy to see inside of the chat. He puts up with my incredibly weird sense of humor very well. Oh, you know what? These are the guys who die and come back again. That was stupid of me to run him up there, or run her up there. But definitely I recommend checking him out, especially if you tend to notice that sort of I'm finishing up around the time that you want to start watching. I always like being able to recommend people who are more likely to be streaming at the... I may have to reset this fight because I've already set myself up for a complete clown show. But let's see if I can work my way out of this mess. I'm gonna blind him just so that we don't invest too much into trying to kill something that'll come right back. I mean, I don't mind putting some points into trying to hurt it, but not enough to kill it. The Eyes of Sin is also somebody who I like to shout out. She's a very dear friend of mine. Has been having a little bit of a tough time with it lately because of some technical problems, but I can definitely say once she's up and running, she is someone who I highly recommend checking out as a streamer. She has shown me some really lovely stuff that I wouldn't have noticed before. She's gifted me some really lovely stuff that I wouldn't have noticed before. And I think one of the things I like the most about the Eyes of Sin, in addition to her just general kindness, and she does heroic work modding for a number of fairly large channels. I think one of the things that's really interesting is that every time I talk with her about a game thing, she will say with absolutely no sense, like there's no conceitedness behind it at all. Oh yeah, I met so-and-so. They're really fun. We got drunk, or, they asked to borrow my phone or whatever. She has got this incredibly strange kind of collection of anecdotes. She has met, like, I don't think there's a single person who I've wound up meeting through, streaming or otherwise just through kind of the day-to-day of doing this stuff, that I don't suddenly hear. Like, even if it's something like, really cool where I'm like, oh, hey, I saw this, this name who I really respect. I feel like there is a very high probability of the Eyes of Sin kind of turning around and saying, it's like, oh yeah, I met them. They owe me $5. I paid for their cab when they were drunk or whatever. So yeah, that's the thing. She is not, like, in my econ department, there was definitely a oh man, I should have checked to see what this war cry does. Let's get that. I'm sure I could have done this in a slightly better position, but war cry seems really cool. Also, I never noticed she's got a crazy bio. It's pestilence. Anyways, let me see your war face. Yeah, this is the funny thing. Like, I have had the misfortune of going to school with an entire group of, like, people who are good with people because they see it as a means of achieving some sort of end that they want, and these are like the worst people ever. Like, because these are, I'm sure, like, pretty much any of you that have had to work into an office know exactly the type of person I'm talking about. They're always the one who are referred to as a team player, or, they get the award or whatever. And there are some people who do that and are absolute sweethearts, and there are some people who do that and the climbing the ladder, the using people as a means of achieving their ends is just so transparent and disgusting. And that has been, like, for the most part, my experience has been with people like that. And what is particularly delightful about Sin is that she has none of those qualities. She is actually very introverted. And yet somehow just seems to wind up with this incredible list of contacts. So you're fairly withdrawn. You wind up quietly wandering around in your own, on your own, running into people and trying to do your best, and clumsily wandering off again into the night. So yeah, so this is the weird thing. Like, the Eyes of Sin would be the first person to tell you that she is not she is definitely not an extrovert. She is not. I don't think she would describe herself as a people person. Although she, again, like, there's a reason why I talk about her kindness and her, you know, the help that she does and gives to people. Like, it is one of her best traits, in my opinion. So the more I can scare these bugs, the happier I'm going to be. But yeah, like I said, I think one of the things that is so amazing to see her like that is she does not possess any of the qualities that you would normally associate with someone who just winds up having this really impressive list of kind of contacts. By the way, sorry if it sounds like I have a whole lot of work baggage related to the quote-unquote people like I said, it's really hard sometimes. There are some people who I've met who are like that, who you could not possibly say a bad thing about. There's someone who just genuinely makes the workplace better. And unfortunately, because I know a lot of people who are coming out of business school who are doing that, it sometimes comes off as just the most cynical, manipulative. Like, I swear that these are the people that American Psycho was written to warn us about.
Enemy annihilated.
I don't talk to people until they talk to me, and then I don't ever stop. This sounds like the entire premise behind my stream. The other thing that I really like about the Eyes of Sin, which of course will be relevant within, the second I say it, she is a hell of a lot more forgiving than I am. She doesn't seem to have a bad thing to say about anyone. I feel like the Eyes of Sin is someone who, if she were to say something bad about someone who you hate, she would apologize for saying something bad about that person you hate. So there's a specific thing I'm trying to accomplish here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it done. I'm trying to kill both of these on the same turn. Let's give it a shot.
Enemy annihilated.
Okay.
Enemy
Yay,
destroyed.
we did it. Actually, here's a question for
Our
you, the Eyes of
forces
Sin,
are
because you're a
victorious.
creative and thoughtful individual. Do you relate more to the space bugs / space bees, or do you relate more to the Amazon, or do you not relate to any of these people? Okay, let's see what I'm going to do. So I am moving down this path of some of the more celestial abilities. So hero gains Enlighten. All units that attack the hero have a strength 8 chance of becoming soul burned. Every unit in this army has plus 10. Both of those are really good. I'm gonna go all in on this voodoo, and then I just took the extra vitality because it's nice to have survivable commanders. All right. I believe this Paragon soldier was on its way to these units. What did I want? Oh, that's right. We were gonna see. This is gonna be hard because it's 1,000. It's a stack of 1,000. And even if I bring the whole army, like, we're not that well equipped to deal with Treacle Ridge. Well, okay, here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to do a quick little scout. Oh, another spawner. All right, this is a... This is a little more likely for me to be able to clean out, so... The thing is, I really do want to keep taking out as many groups of life forms as I can, because that gets me food, that gets me expansion. And I did say that this was going to be the last turn, but then the Eyes of Sin came in, and I feel like I should do something a little extra.
Colony established.
All right, so Central Biofarm, as we usually do. Actually, I'm also going to change the structure a little bit. We'll also get a recreational dome. Those are kind of my two starting positions. In this case, we're going to take. I'm also going to set up Aldrasil for a take. And we're not quite ready to share in Ovenwill, but eventually what's going to happen is we're going to do share half. If you do share half and sell excess, I believe that's the only way to turn food into energy. But in this particular case, I want to share half, because I don't like. There's lots of pop slots to still, still play around with. It's just that I want to get all the other colonies up to full capacity. Like, the idea is that I'm going to go heavy on growth for a lot of these things, and then I'm going to transform it so that they'll still be participating in growth. They'll still be kind of expanding and whatnot. But I am going to what's the best way to put it? Actually, this would be size 16 if I didn't build that colony. It just occurred to me. Basically, all of the colonies kind of get brought up to a base level, and then I take advantage of the higher population to do things like generate more energy or more production or whatever. So, I think these are still the same top rounds. Ah, yes. The Devil Penguins. Most historians agree that the Star Union was guilty of many atrocities in the pursuit of greatness, yet nothing is more egregious than what the Imperial factions did to the Penguins. They are species prone to environmental adaptations, and the Star Union went too far in creating these genetically modified flightless horrors that lurk amongst the icebergs. If the Star Union ever showed its unbridled hubris, went too far in playing God and set itself on the path to destruction, it was in the creation of these waterfowl abominations. Maragnib RV4004 Vacation Hotspots. So it has Beak Peck, Penguin Leap, the Penguin Jumps, damaging far away or flying units, Biochemical Weakness, which is good for me, Universal Camouflage, cannot be detected while standing on any hex, so in this case, Cloaking Implants did that. Not just penguins, advanced penguins, yes. I believe there are penguins in Age of Wonders 3. I'm sure somebody can correct me on that if I'm wrong. Each time the unit deals a killing blow, they gain Dark Reward until the end of combat, increasing their damage by 20% per stack to a maximum of 3 stacks. Yeah, so we're familiar with most of these units here. So I have a feeling I'm probably going to have to go manual on this combat, but I'm going to go through the rest of the turn before I commit to that. I don't think there's going to be any more excitement until then. Fine. So that happened because I went into the middle. It is worth mentioning. So each of these sectors, these are not just for annexing. The forward base, basically, there's a garrison, and I believe other players can't. I can't remember if they can't claim forward bases or they get a stronger casus belli for if somebody takes it over. I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, the time has come. I will do an automatic just to see what happens, but oh god, Spore Cloud, I didn't even notice. Each turn, all non-Xenoplague biological and cyborg units have a 4 strength chance to become poisoned for 3 turns. Brutal. Oh wow, we didn't lose anyone. Bonus food. An Ego Rifle. Psionic bypasses all armor. Broken Mind, 8 Psionic Strength chance to apply Broken Mind to non-mindless for 3 turns, affected by line of sight rules. Repeating, which is good, and this unit can enter Overwatch, allowing it to automatically fire at any enemy that moves or attacks within its field of view. I just don't know who I want to give that ability to. And looks like we got a free beetle for it. The numbskulls at Terratech thought to use these beetle creatures as beast of burden for low-tech colonization. Fools! These specimens were juveniles. These profit-driven middle managers moved to market so fast and with so little scientific oversight, they had infested hundreds of worlds with insectoid juggernaut offspring before realizing their mistake. All because anything that's alien sells. You can't just file off a creature's mandibles and change its nature. The beetle pupae still explode if they die, and what happens when a beetle baby becomes a beetle adult? Professor R. Lil Bugman Bonson, RV181S, SETI Alpha Outpost Recordings. I obviously would have preferred it if I got the penguins, but I don't think we're still strong enough to be able to take this thing on, but I might start moving towards... Well, no. I should probably be investigating the areas around here. There's some free cosmite to pick up. I'm not 100% sure if I'll go fight it yet. The bees took it. I mean, in the question of advanced penguins or exploding bugs, I'd want the penguins also. You know, our health is kind of low to be going in an area with a spore cloud. So, here's something I should be thinking about. How do I want to expand this territory? So, obviously, one down to the south, there's no hazards, there's nothing... it also has food, it's got cosmite, so clear this out for sure. So that's 1. We've got 2 with the energy. And I'd say maybe 3 with the energy here. But if I do 3 with the energy here, that doesn't really leave me a whole lot else. So maybe the best thing really is to take this territory after all. Oh, this is wonderful. I'll be able to get the plant people to go away without fighting them. Okay, let's, I'm going to get a little scouting done before we try and take on anything too heavy. Alright, you still need to make your way... Oh, what are you doing? No! It's alright, I moved him the wrong way. I get to watch Frank Vance take the cosmite again. No! Alright. And again, I always keep falling into this bad habit of I move my units to where my army was, not where it's going to be. So, right now this is kind of a... So, like, this army is roughly in the shape that I want it to be. The problem is 588 is not... That's nothing to write home about. This is kind of a slush unit right now. I am not 100% sure what to do with them. This is not a bad model of the sort of army that I want. 2 flying units seems a little excessive, but on the other hand, you know, it's got a biomancer. Like, really, these 2 are kind of designed to be compatible. So we'll move you up. For a planet rich with wildlife, it looks eerily quiet here. This must be the facility that the scouts found. It looks very much abandoned. Suddenly a pack of hopperhounds pour out of the building, complex, disturbed by your presence. On alert, sisters. Fall back and reform with me. That was a close call. This plague has infected those hopperhounds too. We need access to that facility. Perhaps it's best that we put these poor beasts out of their misery.
Objective
Can we still eat them? Ooh, that's a lot of hopperhounds. Imperial shotgun. And they're suffering. Many creatures in this area have been taken over by the parasites. You cannot proceed until you've gotten rid of them. Kill the parasite-controlled wildlife. Alright, I don't think we have the right... Well, maybe we do. I don't normally like taking one unit and going... Ooh. Okay, as usual, I'll try the auto combat, but there's some new things here. So we've got the Xen... Oh no, hang on. No, we've encountered these before. They're slightly different than the ones that we've seen before, but basically, it's... Ferocious Determination is a tricky one. Ferocious Determination, the unit is immune to negative morale effects and cannot be mind controlled, so my Biomancer's not as effective here. And they've got Contaminated Claws, which is good for applying poison. So they're not as scary as some of the stuff that we've seen before. The Operation Scrambler, on the other hand, operations are not possible. Oh, actually, that's not so bad then. So if I do auto combat, yeah, we didn't lose anything. We get food. So let's do some upgrades. This hero learns to move rapidly and confuse enemy. Hero gains skitter, making them hard to hit if they move during their turn. Now this seems really good for a unit that has physical attacks. Renewal, heal friendly, not. I think rapid movements and infantry commander is where... Oh, but I don't have enough points. Okay, rapid movements and biology expert. So biology expert just makes people stronger in my group. One turn away from expanding. What was it? 4, 8, 12. Yes, so next turn we also get the Crimson Fissure Rift, so I want to make sure that I have a unit. Oh, I don't have a unit in place. I'm late. Okay. Well, we still... I mean, we've done it now, right? We gotta end the we've gotta end the plagued hopper hounds. But I think I might take my hero and clear out the Crimson Fissure Rift. I feel that we're going to be a bit late getting that done. Ah well, nothing to be done about it. As I do yet another turn. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the... I don't think I'm going to be able to make it where I want to go. Alright, so they came to us. I'll automate it and see if we lose anything. We do not. Again, this is the sort of stuff that I might be inclined to fight on my own, but I'm kind of at the end of the stream, so... Huntresses, take their bodies back to the colony. Have the scientists investigate their parasitic infection. Yes, matron. We will deliver these specimens to our research facilities immediately. Cannot help but feel sympathy for these creatures. This plague appears to have caused them terrible suffering.
Objective completed.
Alright, that's 130 energy. That's really welcome. I mean, it's so funny, right? The way that it's set up right now. I have a huge war chest. But the problem is that I know the second I start spending it, I'm going to be back in deficit. What about structural integrity destabilizers? Additionally, this mod gives a primary weapon demolisher, and additionally this mod grants the unit 10% increased damage on all abilities. This might have some potential.
Objective completed.
Leave us alone. We thank you for your generosity and ingenuity. You are truly a master of this world and blessed by Sonoril. Please accept our bounty. Oh, that's right. So we've got 5 turns before... You're kidding me. Find a cure. You must find a cure so that we can save as much of the planet's wildlife as possible. Your scientists should focus their efforts towards developing a cure to the infestation. If it's social, I'm gonna lose it. Okay, good. Let's get you... Alright. So this is just a little bit of a fishing expedition right now. So that's another Cosmite. Alright, so does that change anything? 1 here. 2... 3... Oh, hang on. 1, 2... 3, 4. Yes. Okay. This one makes the most sense for me to take because I can get these just with influence. This next one makes the most sense because it doesn't have a hazard, so I'll just be getting free energy for that, and then it gets me access to the Cosmite, and this is the final territory that I annex. So one small drawback is that I have a little bit of a gap between sort of my main base and the rest, but I mean, it is what it is, right? I'm not going to build a special colony just for that. This will give me food, so I want to just quickly adjust some. Oh, hello, growth. Vine bud. These ones are fun because you can spawn sort of assistants. One thing that I don't do well enough in this game is I actually don't take advantage of a lot of the special units that you get from your allies. So anyways, I'm going to just slightly adjust things in my capital. So we're now going to transition to share half. I'm no longer going to prioritize food. So we'll still have growth, but the important thing here is you'll notice that so if I just say do it evenly, so I get an even amount across the board, I think I can live with that. I might want to put some into science and industry and whatnot, but I think I'm just going to let the AI run with what it's got. Now, let's think a little bit about future growth. So one thing that kind of pains me is that it would be great to be building some units in Aldrassil with the barracks. But the question is, do I want to abandon all production? Oh, actually, here's something I want to do first. Yeah, actually, okay. So there's some changes I want to make, but I first need to get combat done, so low health, but we're still okay. Let's also see the tasks that people want us to do. I feel like I didn't do the non-aggression pact as soon as I should have. So the reason why we went up here was to do laid to rest. So let's get that out of the way. Supply stash. You find a salvageable Imperial supply reserve containing 20 food. Unfortunately, the container logs are destroyed and you can't trace where the resources came from. So this is one of the reasons why I changed Oven Will to distributing rather than... Wait. Okay. I assigned them both to take, but it looks like one is taking over the other. Fair enough. They'll sort it out amongst themselves. So the reason I did that combat first, I let the AI do that combat first. So what I want to be doing here, I want to be making my ideal huntresses. So in this case, the Shield of Remorse. So each time this unit is damaged by another unit, the attacker has an 8 strength chance to become soul-burned. This attacker also gains Remorse, a stacking debuff that applies 100 negative morale for 3 turns. This unit is now considered enlightened. So let's take a look at what those... oh, actually, you know what? I don't need to go to the dictionary for that. So we do Tenets of Tranquility. So, what does Enlightened do? This unit is enlightened according to the Celestian ways. It has 200 morale and deals 20% extra damage to against units with soul burn. So the thing that's really nice about this is that this now gives someone a reason not to shoot at my huntresses. It doesn't mean that I want to put my huntresses in a risky position. It just means that it is a tougher hit that they're going to be taking as a result. So what are the other things that I've got? Well, acidic composite. Attacks from biochemical weapons are infused with acid, giving melt armor, removing 1 armor with each hit, and a 10% increased damage. Now the important thing to remember here is that it's not just 5 Cosmite I'm spending, and it's not just 10 energy. It's going to be another 50 energy, 25 Cosmite. So it's basically a quarter of my resources that's going to be dedicated towards that. So let's just take a quick look at what my actual enemies are. First up, I've been meaning to do this for a while. Friends? Improving our diplomatic status is mutually beneficial. Let us pave the way to a brighter future. That's me, right? Yeah. Wait, very hard AI? Ooh. I didn't know I had that enabled. Okay. So realistically, what kind of enemies am I going to be going up against? It looks like it's nature, so... Okay. I'm pretty sure the arm... Oh, Lord. Okay. These guys are almost certainly going to go running for my base. I am a little annoyed that I'm going to be doing this with my Amazons because, see, something like Viscous Strain would be kind of nice, but that's Xenoplague, so I'm never going to get that. Yeah, I think this is kind of the backbone of my damage. So we'll do Acidic Composite. Now the question is, do I want to go full Grounding Harness too? Stagger resistance and arc resistance. I don't really face a lot of enemies that do arc damage, not enough to justify the expense. So in this case, we'll mod equivalent units. That's going to be very expensive, but in this case, it's an armor melter. And, well, there you have it. Now, I may not be able to afford modifying the Lancers, but let's see what we can get away with there. So there's definitely a side of me that would like the Shield of Remorse. Incinerator module, units laser weapons have 12 strength chance to set targets on fire. So yeah, so something like... Well, if I'm going to do Tenets of Tranquility, I should do Shield of Remorse. It's expensive, but I think I'm actually gonna... I think I'm gonna do it. Condemning. So of course, the whole dilemma between Huntresses and Lancers is now gone. But I'm kind of okay making that sacrifice. And the reason for that is this is now the whole backbone of my army. If people target them, they have this chance of being inflicted with soul burn. So that seems to me to be the right trade-off. So I've got 3 I really want to go and clear out these soldiers, but the fact of the matter is that I've got higher priorities right now. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take Mahina Wateka. I'm going to move her to my main territory. This doesn't mean that I can't do exploration. So I'm going to take... oh, damn it. Yeah, my other unit, Crusader of Oran, will at least do some scouting, and then in the worst case scenario, we get a second unit to go and clear out the bad guys. Also, Scientific Reclamation, clear out the Xenoplague labs. Okay, so it's different lab. I can work with that, but again, I've got different priorities I want to deal with this first. All right, Ovenwell. So the reason, oh yeah, I do eventually need to modify my Biomancer, but I don't want to run up against the limits of my my resources. In fact, Ovenwell, I think I'm just gonna save the money, because so what I would want to build would be... Oh no, we can still get away with it. Okay, so... Sorry, I'm all over the map. So this is basically in the shape where I want it. This unit is not. So... Let's say I want to build another... Let's say a Lancer, 2 Huntresses, and a Biomancer, and then we'll revisit where we're at. So I can at least afford another Huntress. Aldrasil. Lancers with additional shield sounds nice. So we're only losing 2 a turn, which seems nice. Aldrasil can annex another sector. Select the sector at the center of an adjacent... Okay, so... The question now, of course, is, will I get... Actually, I can't believe I'm doing this. How long does it take me to get here? 5 turns. So it is actually entirely possible that I will... I don't believe this. It's actually entirely possible I'll be a size 16 by the time we finally liberate this. So we claim Armor Bay. If I feel like they're... Oh no, you know what? We're going to be short. Well, that's fine, because I just take Hodin and I stop sharing the food with them, and Aldrasel gets to size 16 in time. But I do need to deal with these bad guys, so we may be too late, but we'll do our best to... We'll do our best to clean stuff up. And I should have a fancy new Huntress to assist. I'm pretty sure this thing's gonna be... I'm pretty sure this thing's gonna be eating my sectors next turn. Okay, so we went to the grazing ground so that we could get the industry. Obviously, I'm gonna have to ask this. I'm gonna have to ask this growth to leave. Outworld, thank you very much for the host. I said I was gonna wrap up probably about like an hour or half an hour ago. I do fully intend to make good on that threat, but thank you very much for the host. How you doing tonight? And your mod Uncle Cranky is playing hooky right now. Were you streaming tonight? I didn't see you, but then I had too long of a nap, so. All right, let's do industrial exploitation. So that's gonna eventually the abandoned quarry is gonna give me some advantages there. It was the RGL event tonight. I'm sorry, Outworld, I'm not familiar with RGL. Okay, so this will grow every 2 turns. So, yeah, I need 6. Well, no, actually, we'll still get there in time. Retro Games Live, annual events that you try to participate in. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was. I feel like you've referenced it definitely, but I didn't know what it was called. I'm sorry. So, friends, you've heard me do a bunch of shout-outs for people, and the good news is that when people like the Eyes of Sin and Outworld show up, I inevitably... Oh my god! I moved the wrong unit. I'm an idiot. I'm not going to reset the turn for that, but... every time people like that show up, I always wind up streaming a little bit longer. But Outworld is a dear friend. I've known him through... I kind of feel like we met on a stream team at one point. Ah, damn it. I want this. But Outworld is, as you can see from the indicator, partnered. It is a meaningless distinction because partnership does not say anything about the quality of the human being behind the symbol. But Outworld is definitely somebody I've known for a while. Definitely a very forthright individual and not afraid to kind of go against the grain, which is very refreshing because, you know, I was talking about how it can sometimes be really disappointing to, you know, participate in something and just sort of feel like everything becomes a, like everything is, you get the feeling that like every time that you talk with someone, there's just the calculation being made about whether or not, you know, you'll advance their interests. And Outworld is very refreshing, sort of antidote to that, I feel. At least in my encounters with him, it's always been nice. He's definitely very generous with his time and his attention. And one of the things I really like is I get to know, it's a little bit like Johnny in that sense. I get to see exactly how much work he puts into his stream and exactly what he does to try and make it as good as it can be. Which is one of those things that I don't always think people... I think that it doesn't always get seen, and I don't really think people get enough credit for for the work that they do on that front. So yeah, just a couple of details about Outworld for you to ponder. Outworld's a naughty person. He says the Sea World. Actually, I should also be talking about the game. I don't need to talk about him as a person. I need to talk about him as a streamer. He's been playing. Is it Stronghold HD that it's called? I'm sorry. I know you love the game, and I've had a great time watching you play it, and I still
Sector annexed.
I just keep hearing it as Stronghold.
Sector annexed. Sector annexed.
And I don't want to say the wrong. I don't want to say the wrong game. Name Outworld comes from the Mortal Kombat stuff that he used to do. Definitely someone who's sort of reinvented himself a few times on stream as well, and it's always fun to see what he's doing next. But he streamed since when? OMG, my OBS was running. Oh. So everybody gets to hear me say all those things about you. Matron Mahina, our scientists have concluded their research into the plague, and unfortunately there is no cure. Their only significant finding is that killing the host also kills the parasite. It lives in symbiosis with its host organism. And there's nothing that we can do but prevent this plague from spreading further. We must correct Bahrain's mistakes by stopping those responsible for introducing the plague into this world.
Objective completed.
So you'll notice I've been really careful about maintaining that 200 energy. I'm pretty sure that's what's required to remove the hazard. Severed links. We've lost touch with an area of ourselves. Our links have been severed. A sense of cut-off panic now lingers in our crippled connections. Many cycles ago, we lost touch with parts of the world in a similar strain. A myriad of places blinking out of existence. Find out who severed our roots and eliminate them. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Uncle Cranky seems to have been pretty interested in this too. I don't know if you've played Age of Wonders 3, but I'm having a really good time with it. It's definitely very different from Age of Wonders 3. It's still, if you liked it, it's still, it's good old-fashioned Age of Wonders. It's perfectly enjoyable. But I think they've added a lot of really interesting. Elements to the game to sort of push it over the edge. I do like saying that my favorite Age of Wonders game is the one that I'm currently playing, but I do feel Planetfall has a lot of things to commend it. We are not going to have a good time in this fight. We've got 290 plus 280 against a 658 strength force. And as much as I love the growth, it's really not able to sustain a siege. I could do Buy It Now, but the problem with Buy It Now is that it cuts me off from being able to get rid of that hazard, which is the long-term goal. Ready. So I think I just need to take my lumps. We'll generate energy this turn. But yeah, Cranky checked it out, and apparently he had a free copy of Age of Wonders 3. So if you've not tried out this series, you might have a wonderful opportunity to do so. Okay, let's make sure it's the whole. Make sure it's the whole stack that's moving this time. Okay, it's low risk, so I'm going to try the auto combat, but if a unit dies, I'll obviously take another shot. Okay, fair enough. I was hoping to try and sell Outworld on this with some combat, but... Yeah, but I don't recommend GOG anymore. Although if it's the lowest price, it's the lowest price, right? So... I still buy stuff on it. It's just, can you tame Godzilla? You can tame Godzilla and get advanced penguins. This is true. The penguins are awesome, by the way. I love seeing them just peck something to death. Okay. Let's do... So Nobility Glen was for food. We're not actually going to get the food benefits. All right, I gotta ask about the GOG references. I feel like I'm missing something out. I used to keep quiet about. Okay, so do you guys want to know what happened with GOG and me? Because some of you know, some of you don't. And I used to keep quiet about it because there was what I felt was a good faith effort, and it turns out that it wasn't a good faith effort, and so I absolutely don't mind reopening that again. But if you guys want to hear some gossip, I will gladly share, because it's definitely a lesson learned for me. You love the no DRM thing. You keep losing the install files. You download those, so you download it again every friggin' time. Yeah, I mean, this is the DRM free used to be the way that they tried to brand the site, but I just don't think it. Like, this is the thing, is I kind of feel like the gamers TM just ultimately didn't care enough or respond enough for it to push them ahead. It's tricky though, right? Because I don't know if there's any other.
It's important to imagine this patch of land without the raging hell fracture of cosmic death spewing forth pollutants from a dimension of pure agony and horror. Phil Dunford, Imperius 4 Colony Real Estate Agency.
They brand as no DRM, and then Galaxy checks everything you do. Well, and I mean the whole positioning for Galaxy 2.0, which I actually think is generally a good thing, is that it'll unify all of your disparate storefronts. So it's going to be like your one-stop shop for all of your games. But that kind of gets past the whole no DRM, and you're right. Like, in practice, the use of GOG is very much like any other. It's like any other launcher. And yeah, exactly. Like the reason why I was all about GOG was they were my kind of great hope for competition with Steam, something that would be that would probably bring a little more balance to the force. Oh yeah, no, I know that for sure. But I mean, I'll be honest with you. GOG Galaxy is on my PC and my laptop. So, but yeah, so I was with their program for a while. I mean, I've been on their channel, and the way that I did the affiliate, because like with every affiliate link, there's usually going to be a very small amount of traffic that goes through it, right? But I was definitely all about GOG. I definitely wanted to push them to try and get people to be thoughtful in terms of, going for alternative storefronts, making it so that Steam would earn your business rather than just assume that it was there. And then, it's pretty clear that CD Projekt Red and GOG specifically was running into financial troubles, and so they ended the partner program, which, fair enough. But then I get my final pay. Like, again, I've been banking up all of my earnings, and I get my payout, or at least what they claim my payout is going to be, and it's like less than a third of what they owe me. And then their basic position is that, well, because it's so old, we're only paying you out for what happened in the last year. And I'm like, that's not the agreement we signed. Pay up. And really? Weird. Yeah, so maybe this story will be worth it for you, Outworld. So, I exchanged probably like 10 emails with them, and it's about like a trivial amount of money. And eventually it's like, well, we'll give it to you in the form of free games on GOG. And like, I'm like, frankly, if you don't pay me, I have no intention of using your service anymore. It's like, I remember back one Christmas when you gave me any three games that I wanted. I know exactly how little it cost. I also found out partway through that the revenues that I was earning was not coming from GOG's side. It was coming out of the developer side. So I told them, it's like, look, you've been charging developers in my name for using that affiliate link. I expect to be paid what is owed. There is no further discussion on this. And then in the end, it was sort of like, well, in the spirit of, we want to end on good terms, we'll make an exception and we'll pay you out and so on and so forth. So they paid me what they thought it was. It was less than what I was supposed to get. They claimed some withholding tax thing and whatnot, but I'm like, okay, whatever. This is, they've gone through, so I stopped talking about it. And then I got the tax receipt that they sent. And they are claiming to have given me 3 times as much as what they actually did. And I don't know if they're trying to do it so that I have to pay more in taxes, or if they're doing some other accounting nonsense. But what has since come out of this, of course, is that I've talked with some game developers who have worked with GOG. And not only does it sell less than the Linux version of certain of their games, usually, it is also, unless they are a big name, apparently they also have a lot of trouble getting paid by them. So, I'll buy GOG stuff if it's on its own. But like, I feel really bad about the time I was a big GOG pusher, because I thought it was a good alternative to Steam. I believe the DRM thing. I liked the fact that they had basically they dealt with the regional pricing out of their own pocket. For all I know, that's coming out of the developer's side now, because they're definitely not forthright in terms of where the money's coming from. Even the person I know who was running the program said that they always thought it came out of GOG's side because it was a GOG marketing thing. And yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter was, for a very long period of time, all the people who bought stuff through GOG specifically to support me, that was a lie, because they just turned around and said they weren't going to pay me. Oh yeah, Uncle Craig. Like, it was a huge thing. And as far as I can tell, like, everybody else probably just said, I'll take the free games because this is too much trouble. But yeah, no, they totally, they're scumbags. And I try not to be so frank about it before. But once I got that tax receipt thing, it's like, they want to talk about ending on good terms, and and then I find out that they're gonna claim that they paid me an amount that they didn't actually. So I owe them nothing. They clearly do not have any interest in maintaining good relations, and so I'm done trying to pretend that things are okay with them. I will buy stuff from them when it is the cheapest option or the only option. And they are a dying storefront by any measure of any postmortem that a developer does. GOG is always second to it's third place. So Steam first, usually Humble, then GOG. And yeah, it's why it's why I was a lot more gung-ho about the Epic stuff, because for this first year, Epic has been paying the affiliate fees. Now, eventually, that's going to be paid by the developer, but the developer gets to set the percentage. The developer never set the percentage on GOG. GOG was basically just taking that money, and then, basically, as far as I can tell, everyone who was cut from their affiliate program when it went under, so far as I can tell, everybody who was part of that program, any money that they had not earned within, beyond that 1 year, GOG collected that money in their name and kept it. I don't know, because I haven't talked with other folks about it, but yeah, it is the shadiest nonsense, and I get, I just laugh whenever I hear people talking about how CD Projekt Red is like the best developer ever. I'm like, nope. Yeah, no, GOG is, it's not a 70-30 split. It's 70 minus some amount, 30 plus some amount, because they're if you use one of the affiliate links, GOG is taking the money that goes to the streamer. That comes out of the developer's side, not GOG's side. So anyway, sorry, I wanted to do a little bit more little bit more gameplay. I feel like I should be doing covert infiltration and operational effectiveness at this point. Like, colony infrastructure is nice, or no, I got to do aquatic development. There's a lot of stuff I need to do. Okay, I don't need to do underhanded things right now. So energy development first, because I actually have energy development. Then maybe aquatic development, then area surveillance. Yeah. I can show you the document that demonstrates that too. That is not me talking out my ass. I vetted that because I was going to nail them to the wall when I found that out. I was so angry because the thing to remember is one of the GOG streams that I did was specifically to promote a game whose developers I knew, and I really pushed that GOG link during it. And so what was supposed to be a way of supporting that developer and giving them a whole bunch of extra views, the fact of the matter is that everyone I directed to buy from GOG using my affiliate link, you know, the people who were going to buy that game anyway, that was money that was coming out of the dev's pocket. And I absolutely never would have told people to use that link if I had known that that was where that was coming from. Because, like, these are people I personally know. I don't want to take food off their table. So, in the case of the Epic link, like, I feel okay about that because the percentage from that Epic link, in addition to the fact that Epic has been covering it for at least the first year, the developer sets that share. A developer could set that to be 0 if they wanted to keep all the money. GOG, you don't get to pick that. GOG would always pay whatever rate they they set. Yeah, no, it absolutely should. You better believe they did not communicate that to anyone I know who's been part of that affiliate program. So, like I said, I am definitely done playing nice with the GOG folks about that. Let's face it, this is a lost cause. The best we can hope for is to recover this thing after it gets lost. But we can at least take down as many units as we can. So I think the aim on this one is going to be to focus fire on whatever units I can get to. Oh, we're going to get shredded by this. There's no hope. I don't even think we'll take down a unit. I mean, I'll try, but like this is going to be a disaster. The problem is that I can focus fire someone down, and then then the healer just brings them back. Everybody's where I want them, so. Alright, well, we got our volunteer. Yikes. That Lancer's gonna rip them apart. Oh! Jesus Christ. Alright, well, again, if we can take this guy out, so much the better. So it's one less unit I need to deal with when I go to mop them up.
Unit lost.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. They're going melee on the... Alright, so again, at this point, the question is just how much damage can I do to these things?
Unit has fallen.
So I might be able to maneuver around a little bit and gain... yeah, no.
Unit has fallen.
We achieved the
Our
thing I set
opponent
out to
was
do,
stronger.
which was we knew we were going to lose the zone, but we were able to take out one of the frenzied. So, you know, a little damage on the Lancer, nothing too special. This still is not the size that it needs to be, so I suppose I was freaking out a little bit about the hazard mitigation for no reason. In this case, it's very low risk, so I'll hit auto as long as I don't lose a unit. Yeah, we're fine, so that's free experience. And obviously we've got our territory back. Now, the whole question about whether or not we're going to be able to take out this nest that's a much more interesting one. So we'll run you ahead. And we'll add some plant friends for the effort. So I do want to bring in Maraka the Entangler. I do not want to bring that unit in at a time when... I don't want to bring that unit in at a time when I need the energy credits for something else. So we're 2 turns away from Aldrasil. So they're taking 37. They're taking 34. So I could... Okay, so out of curiosity, if I say... I do prevent deficit. That's still 2 turns. No point. If that would have pushed me over to 1 turn, because I want to take the Crimson Fisher Rift as soon as possible, we are going to have some... Oh no, morale may be okay. As usual, we go to our goal. So maybe I will investigate this, and this will be the last thing I do on the stream. I figure if you guys have to sit and hear a rant about my relationship with GOG, or lack thereof, let's see if we can get some good... Ah, damn it. I figure you guys can get a little extra gameplay. Alright, Aldrasil. Botanical Gardens will be good for the morale, for sure. Yeah, we'll do that. Actually, before I do that... Nope, that's fine. Okay, Hoyden. I feel in this case we need to do the minus 20% needed for growth, minus 1 upkeep, and then if we can, agricultural export center, but I prefer the engineered food plantation because this place is going to be receiving food rather than sending food for the foreseeable future, whereas Aldrasil is basically 2 turns away from sending food, so... And they can annex another sector. I talked about how I was going to do this, and then I lost my mind. Ah! They took the Cosmite I wanted. Yep. They don't own it any more than I do. They'll be mad about it, but I know that I'm going to make them happy by ending their comrade's suffering. The real way you befriend someone is to kill their compatriots. So I believe the geothermal instability still... Oh, that's cool. I did not realize that I could do that without owning it.
Take in the natural world. There is power in the herd. The predators watch from their hiding places. Never allow your sympathy to interfere. There will be blood. Breathe deeply. In death, life is renewed. Only then can you truly live.
Yeah.
Sappho Tori, Huntress of Emerald Hummock.
Outworld, I think one of the things I like the most about, I think you're referring to Chimera Squad. One of the things that is so exciting about that game to me is it. I think like one thing that's been great about XCOM 2 and its expansion is that the change is so big that it's kind of like playing a new game. What I like about Chimera Squad is that they really they've kind of taken that to an even greater extent. And what they're doing with that is like when you think of an XCOM-like game, you think of proper turn-based strategy, right? You take your turn, the opponent takes their turn, you move all the units at once. But clearly this is not what happens in every strategy game. There's an entire genre of turn-based strategy which is based on initiative. Battletech is kind of an example of that. And also, what I think is really interesting about what's going to be really interesting about Chimera Squad is the complete transformation of how death works, because the most common experience people will talk about in playing an XCOM game, of course, is, I had this hero I really liked and I lost them and that sucks, but that's how the game works, right? I got my ass kicked and I lost a bunch of really good units. And if you listen to, there's an interview on Soren Johnson's podcast called Developer Notes, where he interviews Jake Solomon, and he talks about just how aggressively the game destroys followers, and asks whether or not it's really necessary. And that's such an interesting, I think that's such an interesting unexamined idea in XCOM games, because most people's memory of the Microprose original is, of course, your unit is barely getting off the gangplank before, a shot comes from nowhere and kills them. That has to be why you have more, more soldiers in the original XCOM than the Firaxis reimagining of it. Or like another example, like inventory management. Like this is something that I'm assuming everyone would say, like this, every turn enlightened units are healed for 10 and soul blazed units take 8 damage. We're going to murder these guys. I'm going to hit auto combat just to see what happens, but I kind of want to do this one manually myself anyway. Oh yeah, I'm not losing units. Who knows? You like the idea of the android? I don't know about androids, but yeah. So like the thing that's so interesting about the new XCOM, of course, is I believe you have to recover your units. Like I think the idea of losing a unit in the new XCOM is not an option. So instead, you have this really tighter focus, almost narrative version of XCOM, where the hero has to make it in the end. And I just think that, like, Darkest Dungeon does the XCOM style and throws it in this just merciless formula. Like, life means very little in Darkest Dungeon. Being, like, you wind up, in the Darkest Dungeon, like, your heroes heal immediately after the mission. It's the psychological damage that stays. And then compare that to XCOM, where it's sort of like, and like your units are disposable. In the case of XCOM, your units aren't really disposable. Like, you feel that pain when you lose a unit. And so to play a game where, the focus on the individual units is such that they even have their own initiative, and you're working on all the different combos and whatnot, and they have sort of more of a personality. And this idea that this is something that needs to be preserved, like you're no longer saying, the world is at stake and it's okay to lose lives. Instead, you're saying, I want this unit has to survive by the end of the mission, assuming that's where it's going. I just think is a really interesting direction that we haven't normally associated with XCOM games. So I'm really excited about it. But tell me about the androids. I didn't know about this. If you don't mind. You know what? I really wanted to do a biostrike, but and I'm unfortunately going to get hit by the Overwatch. But in this case here, I think blinding is worth it. Now, of course, this unit's still exposed, but that's not bad. Oh, crap. No! I put the wrong friggin' mod on my hunters. I think they have service droids to fill in for wounded units, which are weak but cheap to produce. They look like something out of District. Oh, that's really cool. So yeah, sorry for doing that, guys. But I mean, I'm already paying through the nose for this change. But I just simply can't. I simply can't accept these units being what they were. Did I screw that up too? No, the Shield of Remorse is on. The whole point of what I did was predicated on me being able to do. Okay, I want to build a botanical gardens, but I think in this case I need to get my energy credits up to over 100 again. So I think we're just going to park you here. You'll generate energy. Alright, so now we can afford to move it. I think I said I was going to do... Oh, actually I don't remember what I was going to do. I think I am going to do Luminance just because it'll get me access to a unit that I currently can't replace. Give you energy exploitation. Yeah, energy exploitation. Alright, you need to... will eventually make your way up to the bad guys. These folks are going to do the same thing. So I wonder now if I do the auto combat whether or not I still lose the units. Oh yeah, no, we totally wreck them if okay, yeah, that's the difference that mod makes. But obviously I want to. This is one of these examples, right, where I don't want to do the auto combat because it's been a while since I've gone up against units like this. Like, I love the Vanguard because I would just sit down and set myself up for a whole bunch of entrench and set up the overwatches. And what I want to do here is I want to see whether or not I can break that with my current units. It's looking like no, because these stupid melee guys are in the way. Well, I'm sure we'll be able to make it work. Yeah, got nothing. Alright. That was my fault because I switched the order of where people went. This does not inspire me, so... Oh crap, it's a Biomancer. Okay, I actually don't want them taking point at all. What is the most frequent units? Let's scan the Vanguard. So, before we go any further, let's see what these guys are packing. So, they've got flechettes, so they inflict bleeding. And they have interlocking armor, so stagger resistance, and... Okay, so actually I got very lucky that I... I got very lucky that that stun worked. Now what weirds me out here is it says Veil of Tranquility, they'll be gaining 10 health after each strategic turn. It says enlightened units are healed for 10, Soul Blaze take 8 damage. Now I don't see enlightenment anywhere here. No, so it just applies to everyone. Well, I mean, but I'm actually enlightened, so... Okay, yeah, so that's not as... That's just a symbol. No need to freak out yet. Alright. I might be able to do something really cool with this. No. Alright. But I believe this can inflict soul burn. So I'm going to go for the... In this case, I want to apply it to the highest probability target. Because they're going to feel the burn, as it were. I don't know how I feel about putting... I think I'm going to put this Lancer in a slightly more defensible position. I know people will be raining shots down on them, but I don't need to make them... I don't need to make their job easier. Yeah, if I could get just one good blinding arrow, that would make all the difference. Oh. Brilliant. All of a sudden, I am not worried about Overwatch. So, if I'd been thinking, I would have kept that in mind before I ran off and hit up defense and whatnot. Oh well, can't undo the turn. So, now if I want to be particularly nasty, I do. So if I want to move my guys up, now is the time. Not close enough. See, the problem with this is that the AI actually did a pretty good job of this, so if I make a complete hash of it, then I'm the one who winds up looking like an idiot. It'll be fine, though. This is a little aggressive, but it's a big boy. It can handle itself. Alright, let's see how they respond. Alright, so that ticking damage isn't a whole lot. I'm sure it'll add up over time. Well, I mean, I should have seen that coming. Alright, we should be able to just jump on the platform and rip them to shreds. They're committing pretty hard to this, so... Now the bleeding will be inconvenient.
Operations available.
One thing that's interesting is that I have created a bit of a perverse incentive to go after my biomancers because they don't have the Shield of Remorse. But I can live with that. So, obviously, if I can get an insta-kill on someone, I'll take it. Well, damn. Ouch. I should have moved him behind cover.
Enemy eliminated.
Oh, well. So I'll take whatever cover I can get. Okay, 55% chance. I have a feeling they're somewhat generous with the RNG in this because obviously having RNG go against you is the fastest way to make you rage at a game. I don't think that's enough for them to get taken out by the burn, but let's see what my beetle friend can do. Nice. Okay, this is just a fun ability I kind of want to show. Oh, damn. Okay. This is not to my strategic benefit, but yeah, you get to bring up little plant friends. So that's to be honest, like that Biomancer would have been better used to heal my hero. But I did need to deal with that Lancer, so I do kind of want to take out this flying unit. It is I didn't really pay attention to what it does, but it's got incendiary ammo. 75% of their damage is dealt to adjacent units. I don't think anybody's sitting beside each other though, so that's fine. 30% increased damage is no joke, and I believe they've already shot their burster missile, so that's less of a worry there. But this guy is definitely something I want to, well, especially against the Now the fact of the matter is, though, taking a piece off the board is always the best form of damage mitigation. So.
Enemy destroyed.
And actually, this is kind of fun because it now gives him an incentive to attack down here, which normally I wouldn't want them doing that, but yeah, actually, I actually set myself up for trouble by using the Vine Sprout. That's fine though. As long as I don't lose a unit, I'll be okay.
Unit destroyed.
I'm sorry, I can't go and take.
Unit destroyed.
I can't go and take an easy win like that and lose units. I'll let the professionals take care of this one. Sorry about that, but I'm also a little conscious about the time. I'm at 5 hours now, and I'm really getting into a bad habit of doing these like 9-hour streams. So I want this to be the last turn. I obviously have 3 before I can go into that underground chamber. So we're at least in a good spot to start next cast. So this person already has infantry commander, which is good. So now we need to think about, so Aura of Guidance is kind of nice. 10% increased accuracy across the board, lots of ranged units, although accuracy applies to, See, here's the funny thing, right? If you think about it, let's just say it was a flat 10%. Obviously it isn't because there's a whole bunch of other considerations that get thrown in, but let's just say it's a flat 10%. What this basically means for my Huntress is that it's an extra 1 damage per attack. If you just kind of like roll the dice each time and you work out the average, the expected damage goes up by 1. Now if I were to put it to you like this, I said it's like, okay, you can increase all of your units' damage by 1, or you have enlightened with and all units that attack the hero have a strength 8 chance of being afflicted with soul burn. And just a reminder of what soul burn does, also because I don't exactly remember it on its own. Unit soul is on fire, exposing its true essence and weakness. Enlightened units deal 20% damage against this unit, which will be most of my units. It is obviously a probabilistic statement. Somebody still needs to shoot at this hero to have that happen. But boy, that sounds a lot more likely and sounds a lot more exciting than just 1 damage for each unit, especially when they're already at max. So that, or I could just do, animal discipline. I only have 1 animal, so that's not that exciting. Renewal, good for healing, but again, I want this to be used. Yeah, I think I'll do Revealing Soul. Alright, I don't really know what I want to do with this unit right now. I know what I want to do with this unit. Well, one, ideally, I'd like to put them on a I'd like to make them a Lancer. Although it occurred to me if I do that, then they'll no longer have their Sci-Tech staff, so maybe I can shut up about that for a bit. But I do want to set them up with new units. Well, Botanical Gardens first. That answers that. Okay, so this person's going to be all about running into combat, doing combat-y things. So I pretty much always do infantry commanders, so no change there. Warcry might be interesting, but biology expert I prefer. It's kind of, I look at that as kind of like a poor man's vitality. Like I said, I'm going to be... Oh, actually, hang on. So Sinister Chorus. Sinister Chorus permeates the air around this unit. All non-mindless enemy units adjacent to this unit receive Sinister Melody, reducing their damage resistance by 2 and increasing their fumble chance. So that's great when you're in close range. Counterattack. Melee Overwatch can no longer be cancelled by stagger, and what that... Yes. I definitely feel like I should be getting some vitality now because I'm pretty much setting this person up to go running headlong into the fray. I will also do Warcry. This is just to give them something while they're on their way, and then I'll hit vitality. This is also going to be a fairly exceptional unit in that I want to give them the Shield of Remorse right away. And this is because not only is this someone that's going to go charging towards the enemy lines and wreck them, I want to make it so that if they want to do the smart thing, which is to, to damage this unit, they pay for it. They potentially get soul burned. I think I'll live with that for now. I feel like there's other things that I can get done, but... and the real question now is, do I want to attach them to an existing unit? Because right now this is sort of the unit of Misfit Toys, and it doesn't have any commander. But I kind of like the idea of keeping the unit of Misfit Toys as is, and then I just load this particular unit up with like Lancers and whatnot, rather than trying to make this fit what that commander does. Although, to be honest with you, there is a lot of melee stuff in here, so, she could do worse. Well, I mean, we hired her, so let's get her earning some experience, at least. Alright. You kind of need to stay put, so... you can at least sort of move. I mean, there's a side of me that wants to clear out this... bit, because obviously every stack that I attack and kill gets turned into food for my colonies, but I don't know. I feel like that's a easy rabbit hole for me to fall down.
Sector annexed.
Okay, so my ally is probably going to be annoyed by that. We'll end the turn, and I think that's going to be where we finish off the stream. I'm gonna just save it when we're at the start of the turn, and I'll talk a little bit about the oncoming week. And then we'll find somebody to host. So, again, sorry, Outworld and Otters Hold Hands, and I had a few people who came in. Isaacson. I did wind up going later, but I wound up going later in a way that just caused me to rant about stuff, so I'm not really sure it was worth it. But Oh, well, I definitely want to annex this. So, following hazards are present in the sector. Geothermal instability. Are you sure you wish to continue? Yes. So I'm going to have one turn where we're at -2 happiness. But can't be helped. Or actually, sorry, 2 turns. Because it's going to take, yeah. Or no, maybe one. Yeah, 1 turn because we're currently incorporating it. Growth wants... Oh, they want like half of my cosmite. So let's do a quest instead. Despite our attempts to grow on their warm towers, these autonom insist that we cannot grow our vines on them. They need only strengthen their cables. We must grow over the high spots to receive Sonoril's kiss. Destroy those that cut and clear away our vines. I really want to be going towards the objective, but this is so close to the... I said I was going to finish here, didn't I? That's a strong army. Okay, I might have just bit off more than I can chew, or I might have found the new assignment for these units. We'll figure that out.
Electronic mechanisms employed by the Empire appear to have developed a passive-aggressive attitude towards abuse. If a device is mishandled, it may drain more energy than allotted in system specs. We suspect automaton activists to be responsible. Nonetheless, it's good to upgrade your infrastructure. Tate Oric, Productivity Conspiracist.
I think I said it was going to be aquatic development because of the cosmite sector I took, and then area surveillance. I would also kind of like colony infrastructure because that's also going to be 5 cosmite. Ugh, actually. Yeah, colony infrastructure makes more sense because I'm going to be short on cosmite really soon. And I'll leave it there, so... It's technically not April 20th anymore, but there you go. So, quick recap of the game, the week, the general plan. So, I also wanted to take a quick chance and show you one of the things that I like the most about this game, which is the ability to make commanders. So, Uncle Cranky, if you're still around, you can drive the bus on this. And if Uncle Cranky's not around and Outworld's still around, Outworld can drive the bus on this. And I'm sorry to prioritize Uncle Cranky, but I told him I wanted to show him this earlier on. And if he's streaming, then I will be sure to host him and make him feel really bad. One way or the other, I'll show you this. But so the overall plan for that particular campaign will be... I'm probably going to have to redirect the forces to go and deal with the autonom, and then at that point it's fairly easy to just clear out the... It's fairly easy to clear out the plague units that we find. We seem to be in a pretty good infrastructure place. I have one colony that's taking all the food, so I should consider making another colonizer. I'm also probably going to be in a better position to like tweak my production so that I'm generating more energy and whatnot. That'll be important because there's actually a lot of hazards where I am, but I feel like most of them are not going to be something that causes me too much grief. And unfortunately, I don't think the people I was gonna tell to make I was gonna get to make a commander are available in chat right now. So. If you play... So first of all, if you have Age of Wonders 3, I highly recommend it. Please do check it out. It's a wonderful game. And it will... I feel like it will give you a decent... it'll give you a decent idea about whether or not this sort of thing is for you. Planetfall and Age of Wonders 3 are quite different games. I know there was a perception, and I was just as guilty as anyone else for wondering if this was just going to be sort of like a science fiction skinning of Age of Wonders. This is, like I said, my favorite Age of Wonders game, acknowledging the fact that, one, I was, of course, given a key for promotional purposes, and two, my favorite Age of Wonders game is basically the one that I'm playing. Because that's true about every game. If you like it, you'll be playing it. If you don't like it, you usually don't play it. But Age of Wonders 3... Basically, it's because it's more traditional fantasy, it's very easy to come up with a distinction between races and classes. So, you know, dwarven warrior or dragon people, warlock or something like that. And the way that this game, and again, like generating your commander is always good fun. So there's a similar idea here. You've got your race or your faction, and basically you've got the Assembly, a race of cyborgs born from destruction. These people aim to bring their newfound peace to the universe by breaking down the chaos of the galaxy and reassembling it to a perfect new whole. The Vanguard consists of rough folk with few ties to society, so the effects of long interstellar travel and cryosleep and the resulting time dilation don't matter to them. Kirko, through rapid evolution, the Kirkos seek to restore what was broken and will find retribution for the terrible fate that has befallen them. Syndicate. The Syndicate are a group of ruthless trading houses from the frontiers of the Empire. With the Star Union gone, they see a universe of opportunity. Amazon, the bioengineering Amazons, have the ability to alter life and survive harsh circumstances. Their fearsome troops have Spartan discipline and are experts in guerrilla tactics. Their arsenal includes genetically engineered beasts that the Amazons ride into battle. The Devar. The Devar are a thrifty race of survivalists. The Devar work hard to mine planets for all they're worth and to gain as many resources as possible for their consortium's survival and welfare. So these all came with the base game, by the way. I think I'm going to do the Syndicate. There are definitely... I mean, this game is a really interesting sort of little science fiction world that it's generated. I think this is another thing that really makes it stand out, is that you sort of see... I loved the Eyes of Sin's name for the Syndicate, the snooty space elves. And then you can sort of see how the Devar are sort of dwarf-like. You kind of have these hints of fantasy races, but they definitely have their own unique flavors. And that also goes so far as to say that there's not obviously good guys and bad guys. I mean, the Syndicate are generally, ruthless trading houses, generally suggests that, these people are not up to any good. But the story always finds someone interesting and with interesting motives. And even the Amazon, who you'd normally associate with the good guys, you've got this Amazon unit who's spreading plague on the world. So it doesn't go for sort of the easy stereotypes. Once you've picked your race, you've got the secret technology, which you could say is your class. So synthesis manipulates AI to their advantage, hacking and compromising systems for their own gain. Celestian, which is what our Amazon is currently playing. Celestians are an ancient order of psionically gifted individuals that strive to achieve inner enlightenment and create balance and harmony in the universe. They believe psionic power comes from the stars and use this power to protect their ideals and teachings. Now, one thing that might be interesting here is you can say, okay, you've got the Arc and the Psi weapons group. So this is your race is going to determine what types of weapons you have, but there's a whole other set of units and abilities that come from the secret technology. So maybe I want to double down on the Psi and say, okay, the psionics from Celestians. Void Tech warps the laws of physics, allowing the manipulation and teleportation of matter and energy. Command highly mobile units that can teleport across through obstacles. So there are a couple of rather good physical units that the Syndicate has that maybe you'd want to use the Void Tech to be able to move in closer. Xenoplague spreads through highly adaptive alien parasite, which can be used to create biological weapons, develop super soldiers, and evolve planetary populations. So this kind of gives you a bit of a horde style. Whereas you've got Cynumbra, we played a Kirko with that. The Cynumbra employed dark psionic powers to tear holes in reality and summon devious entities from the abyss, which you generally associate with the Syndicate, but again, you don't have to. Promethean is the blow everything up one. The Prometheans are planetary exterminators eradicating threats with their Pyrex fires. And then finally, if you have the Revelations DLC, which we were playing with, but of course we're doing the vanilla campaign, so there's not too much of the features on display right now. The Heritors are scions of a theocratic dynasty known as the Aztec. Their ancient technology allows them to harness energy and prolong their lives. They seek to reincarnate billions of followers that lay entombed across the galaxy and reestablish their divine rule. So what's interesting is that you have a bunch of abilities that will gain essence. So there's sort of this, you know how in some MMOs, like the Secret World used to do this, where you'd have sort of like, things that built charges and then things that would expend charges. The Heritor have that whole approach, which I think is really neat. So let's say for the sake of the argument, maybe I really like this idea of taking those Syndicate physical units and running them in. Or maybe Synthesis is kind of neat because I have this idea of taking over other units. But I've never seen a Syndicate Void Tech unit before. And we'll say, what are some of the things that we can get them to do? I mean, cruel isn't necessarily the worst, right? My colonies have lower unhappiness, but I get 200 morale every time I kill a unit in battle. Stubborn's also kind of neat because of the lesser research, but I'm suffering from that. Let's say he's cruel. And then we can say data repository if I want random texts. A military detachment for larger armies. Let's say we'll start with a data repository, and I mean, veteran's not bad. I get a whole bunch of extra bonuses. Actually, a really interesting one would be something like I do stubborn, but we have a martial tradition, which would mean that my so it's my social benefits that actually are harder to build up. Secret technology research costs are less than 15. That's actually pretty good. Let's say we start with veteran. Wojtek close combat, I think that works. So actually, I guess I don't need the... As it turns out, the vanilla is actually kind of in line with something that would work for me. So if you want, you can just randomize and come up with a whole bunch of stuff. But you know what? I think the Eyes of Sin was the one who called them the snooty elves. So I think it's pretty hard to make one that makes me think of Sin, but we'll do our best. So maybe I need to change the hat to see where we're at. So we'll go to head item. Incidentally, you can always zoom in and see where it's going. So this is standard syndicate headgear, but we can work with something else. So some of you who are fans of Triumph's other games will recognize Overlord. But let's do... there's actually a couple things I like. So I do sometimes imagine Amanda like this, although the other thing about the Eyes of Sin is that she has really lovely long hair. So maybe I just want to give her a simple crown. And let's deal with that hairstyle. Assuming that they have... I don't think she quite does a mohawk. Okay, so they don't have long, luxurious hair, so what we'll do instead is we will give her a hood, and I just need to find the appropriately fancy hood. That's not bad. This definitely makes her much more mysterious. Which is good, because I also think none of the heads are really going to work, so... okay. Oh wow, there really aren't a lot of options. I was gonna say that for when it comes to I really like things like the assembly where you can just go nuts in terms of the character style, but let's say she's got some face paint on. Why? I don't know, but do we get to see the eyebrows? I don't think it matters. All right. Oh, that's interesting. I think we'll just keep it natural, though. And while it technically doesn't matter, all right. So now we get more of the fun bits. So, what kinds of finery can we put her in? Perfect. I actually do like the idea of someone who is built for running into individual combat, but yeah, this is nice. Okay, all of the finery. It makes me wonder if I've got a different hood that I might want to put on though. Yeah, you can see why I'm going for the ones that hide the face, because it looks nothing like her. I mean, this is actually kind of interesting. So if I just stop saying that this character supposed to look like Sin and instead is supposed to be her personification in a video game, this definitely is a little more appropriate for the overall attire than this one. Actually, that's still kind of fun. Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm going to stick with that. All right, so I'm happy with the rest. I think the accessories are not an option because of the head item that we chose. So, I think we've already got the palest skin. Okay, there's technically one paler skin color I can go. So, final important steps are cape. Gotta have the right cape. Ooh, there's a few good capes. Oh, that is dashing. I will admit, I'm actually quite partial to the plastic cape like this, but I don't think it quite works with this look. This one's definitely interesting. It definitely fits sort of the other sides on here, but let's try and go for something a little more full. That's definitely interesting. Yeah, maybe that is the right one to go for. I just don't really like how it covers up the rest of the outfit. So maybe this is, yeah, actually, you know what? I'm gonna stick with this one. It wasn't quite what I had in mind, but that's fine. We can still run with it. Oh, god damn it. I can get that back really quick. I wish they didn't make it so easy to lose. No, this is the right one. I'm hoping if Sin is watching that she does not get too furious with me for the... This wasn't quite... I mean, that's not bad, but I think I wanted something a little more precise. There we go. Alright, so I dealt with the cape, I dealt with the outfit. It's generally the way that I wanted it to look, so last important steps. You gotta pick a badass background, and there's a lot of them. And every single one of them is awesome. I suppose the question is, how sinister do I want her to look? She's at TwitchCon. Alright, let's say... I definitely want a really cool and exciting planetary look. The question is if it's on a planet or if it's off-world. Like, that looks neat, that looks neat. I do kind of like the green tone of it. Although it kind of conflicts with overall. Yeah, I mean, this shows off the outfit a little bit more, which is more of what it's about. So, finally, posture is very important. So, I always like this one. I think this was like a special offer if you pre-ordered the game. I think I can live with this one. And I actually rather like the way that portrait looks, but we have a few different options. Yeah, I'll live with that. And then, of course, you can choose your symbols and whatnot. But yeah, so I mean, the problem is that this is a humanoid with a very fixed sort of set of things as to what a Syndicate character is supposed to look like. But this is one of the things that has always made Age of Wonders so interesting for me. First of all, I love the fact that... oh, so it did keep it. There's already a ton in here, and there's like, you already have like a ton of stories that you can just sort of see through the different looks for the characters. I know one that I think wound up on the box cover was Michael Valentine. I wonder if he's in there. We could do Vanguard. Yeah, there he is. Look at that handsome devil. So I mean, this is a lot of fun, and I definitely I love the fact that you can just kind of go running around and just like looking at what the developers has made. But one of the things that originally got me into the Age of Wonders series was this whole like creating a commander and taking some ownership of them. And it's particularly because while I like the campaign a lot, and it's a really interesting take that a strategy game has done for a campaign, one of the main ways that you'll play will be sort of these scenario modes. And that's one of the things that the DLC gives you is all new types of worlds that you can be that you can play on. And they're like, again, I think one of the biggest problems that this game runs into is that so many people associate major features with it with cosmetics, whereas they are actually the thing that make it worth playing. I am starting to notice I wish it would alternate between the original theme song and this theme song, because I like this theme song a lot, but I remember whenever I started with the original theme song, I'd get pumped. But anyways, that's Age of Wonders Planetfall for you, and I will be coming back to this probably next Monday. I'll be back to Stellaris, unless I'm feeling exhausted like I was this morning. But as for the rest of the week, there is another Morrowind episode. It's actually a longer one this time. I think it went over 3 hours. So a nice, beefy Morrowind episode will be playing tomorrow. I will be in chat, as I always am, but it's a vodcast, so I will only be responding in chat. It's not a live video. And of course, I do have other things to do, so I can't commit to being there like 100% of the time. Other things, Wednesday and Friday, again, they're more free days. I'll probably be doing some more Industries of Titan. I'd like to do more Rebel Galaxy Outlaw too, and I'd also like to get onto the other stuff that I've been meaning to follow up on. But again, there's only so many hours in a day, only so much to get done. So, follow on Twitter if you want to know what's happening. Other than that, I do want to get Age of Wonders Planetfall back in the rotation, so if I do Industries of Titan and stuff like that over the next week, I can, I can probably put Planetfall back on Wednesday when we get back to Stellaris. Until then, thank you very much for watching. We're going to raid Uncle Cranky, who is such a delight to have in chat tonight. Let me just get that sorted out. So I'd love it if you guys would hang around and watch him. I believe he's playing, I don't know if he was playing, I thought he was playing a Star Wars game, but it looks like he's back to Dark Souls 3. So do please hang around. He is a fun fellow. I'm probably going to have to go to bed pretty quickly. But I hope you all have a good time in Crankies, and I hope you have a lovely evening. See you either tomorrow or Wednesday.